Welcome, fellow survivors, to the deepest vaults of InGen's forbidden archives, where corporate secrets fester in amber darkness and the whispers of extinct nightmares echo through abandoned laboratories. Tonight, we descend beyond the surface of what you think you know about Jurassic Park, diving into mysteries that even the most devoted fans have never encountered. Here lie the deleted scenes too disturbing for cinema, the corporate conspiracies that shape genetic destiny, and the creatures that were deemed too dangerous even for Hammond's vision. Let the rhythm of ancient heartbeats guide you into peaceful slumber as we explore the franchise's most haunting secrets. In the sterile chambers where InGen's most ambitious experiments took their first breaths, there existed creatures whose very existence challenged the boundaries between scientific achievement and cosmic hubris. These were the lost ones, the specimens whose genetic codes were deemed too unstable, too dangerous, or too threatening to the carefully orchestrated narratives that corporations crafted for public consumption. Their stories, buried beneath layers of corporate secrecy and archived in databases that were never meant to see daylight, speak of a darker truth about humanity's resurrection of the ancient world. Among the most tragic of these forgotten subjects was the velociraptor, designated as Gamma, also known in the classified documents as Subject V2, whose brief existence served as a harbinger of the violence that would eventually consume every facility where such creatures were bred. She was created during the initial phases of Project Ibris, the ambitious program that sought to establish behavioral bonds between human trainers and apex predators, whose intelligence rivaled that of modern primates. The vision that drove this project was both noble and naive, built upon the assumption that creatures whose ancestors had dominated the Earth for millions of years could be transformed into partners through careful conditioning and mutual respect. Gamma's genetic structure was nearly identical to that of her more famous pack sister Blue, sharing the distinctive coloration that would later make the successful raptor such an icon of interspecies cooperation. Yet where Blue possessed the temperamental stability that allowed her to form genuine bonds with human caretakers, Gamma exhibited behavioral patterns that spoke of deeper instabilities woven into the very fabric of her artificial genetics. Her brown hide was marked with blue striping that seemed to shift and pulse with the emotional turbulence that constantly raged within her modified neural pathways, while two small vertical scars on her snout served as permanent reminders of the violence that characterized every aspect of her existence. The scientists who observed Gamma during her brief life reported behavioral patterns that exceeded even the most pessimistic predictions about the challenges of managing artificially enhanced predators. Her aggression was not the focused territorial violence that characterized natural raptors, but something more chaotic and unpredictable, as if the genetic modifications that had created her had disrupted the evolutionary balance between intelligence and instinct that had made her ancestors successful hunters. She attacked without provocation and displayed levels of cunning that suggested she was actively plotting against her captors rather than simply responding to environmental stimuli. The decision to terminate Gamma represented both a pragmatic response to an immediate safety threat and a philosophical acknowledgement that some experiments produced results that were fundamentally incompatible with human control or understanding. The euthanization protocols that were employed to end her life were conducted with clinical efficiency, yet the researchers who carried out these procedures reported experiencing profound unease about the ethics of creating intelligent life for the specific purpose of destroying it when that intelligence manifested in ways that challenged human authority. The classified reports that documented Gamma's termination were buried so deeply within InGen's archives that their existence became known only to a handful of individuals whose security clearances encompassed the darkest aspects of the genetic resurrection program. Yet rumors of her existence persisted among the technical staff who had witnessed her creation and destruction, creating an underground mythology about the raptor who had been too dangerous to live, yet too intelligent to dismiss as merely another failed experiment. In the mist-shrouded jungles where other rejected specimens waited for corporate decisions that would determine their fates, the original Carnotaurus that had been bred from genetic material extracted from Michael Crichton's literary imagination possessed capabilities that rendered it unsuitable for exhibition in any facility where public safety was even a peripheral consideration. This creature, whose very existence challenged the distinction between fiction and scientific reality, had been gifted through genetic engineering with abilities that no natural predator had ever possessed, transforming it from a straightforward apex carnivore into something that approached supernatural threat levels. The camouflage capabilities that distinguished this literary Carnotaurus from its later cinematic cousins were not merely enhanced versions of natural adaptive coloration, but represented fundamental alterations to the creature's cellular structure that allowed it to achieve near-perfect invisibility through manipulation of both visual appearance and thermal signature. Unlike the thermal masking that would later characterize the Indominus Rex, the Carnotaurus's camouflage was based upon chromatophore manipulation that had been derived from cephalopod genetics, creating a predator that could become virtually undetectable when it chose to hunt. The behavioral implications of granting such capabilities to a creature whose natural hunting strategies already made it one of the most effective predators ever to walk the earth created challenges that existing containment technologies were simply not designed to address. Security systems that relied upon visual surveillance or thermal detection became meaningless when confronted with a creature that could manipulate both forms of monitoring at will, while the psychological impact upon facility staff of knowing that an invisible apex predator might be present in any room or corridor created working conditions that approached psychological torture. The few documented encounters between human personnel and the camouflaged Carnotaurus read like horror stories rather than scientific reports, describing attacks that seemed to come from empty air and deaths that could only be explained by the intervention of forces that transcended normal understanding of predatory behavior. Guards reported the sensation of being watched by invisible eyes, while security cameras recorded footage of personnel being attacked by creatures that appeared as nothing more than subtle distortions in the air, like heat mirages that moved with predatory purpose. The creature's physical appearance, when it chose to reveal itself, combined the imposing bulk of its natural ancestors with modifications that enhanced its already formidable capabilities beyond anything that natural evolution had ever produced. Its curled tail provided enhanced balance and maneuverability that allowed for hunting strategies impossible for conventional predators, while its pigmented skin could shift through chromatic ranges that encompassed not merely camouflage, but active optical illusions that could confuse and disorient potential prey before delivering killing strikes. The decision to classify the camouflaged Carnotaurus as unsuitable for any operational deployment reflected both practical security concerns and deeper philosophical questions about the ethics of creating creatures whose capabilities so far exceeded those of their natural ancestors that they represented entirely new categories of threat. The facility where this creature was ultimately housed was more prison than research station, designed with security measures that assumed the failure of conventional containment and planned for scenarios where normal safety protocols would prove inadequate. The fate of this original Carnotaurus remains one of the most closely guarded secrets in InGen's classified archives, with some documents suggesting that it was eventually terminated as part of general facility closures, while others hint at transfer protocols that moved the creature to locations whose existence was denied by all official sources. The ambiguity surrounding its ultimate disposition reflects the broader challenges that corporations faced when dealing with experimental subjects whose capabilities exceeded the parameters that had guided their creation. Among the hybrid organisms that were developed during InGen's most ambitious phases of genetic engineering, few represented such a direct challenge to corporate marketing strategies as the Stegosauratops, whose very existence threatened to undermine the carefully crafted narrative that positioned the Indominus Rex as humanity's first successful dinosaur hybrid. This creature, which combined the defensive capabilities of Stegosaurus with the offensive potential of Triceratops, represented achievements in genetic engineering that equaled or exceeded those that had created the more famous hybrid, yet its existence was suppressed specifically to preserve the commercial value of the later creation. The development of the Stegosauratops had proceeded through the same systematic research phases that characterized all hybrid projects, beginning with theoretical genetic modeling and progressing through embryonic development to the successful creation of living specimens that demonstrated the viability of combining genetic material from species that had never coexisted during their natural evolutionary history. The creatures that resulted from these experiments possessed the armored dorsal plating that had made Stegosaurus one of the most recognizable dinosaurs of the late Jurassic period, combined with the facial horns and charging capabilities that had given Triceratops its reputation as one of the most formidable herbivores of the Cretaceous. Yet the Stegosauratops was far from the docile herbivore that its component species might have suggested, for the genetic modifications that had been required to combine such disparate evolutionary lineages had produced behavioral characteristics that fell outside the normal parameters of either ancestral species. The creature's territorial instincts were amplified beyond natural levels, while its defensive responses to perceived threats were both faster and more violent than those of either parent species. The combination of offensive and defensive capabilities in a single organism created a creature that was simultaneously prey and predator, capable of devastating attacks against any perceived threat, while also possessing the defensive characteristics necessary to survive encounters with apex carnivores. The existence of successful Stegosauratops specimens was documented not only in classified research reports, but in the background displays of Dr. Wu's laboratory, where computer screens showed genetic profiles and development timelines that confirmed the project's progression from theoretical possibility to living reality. These glimpses of hybrid development, visible to careful observers but never explicitly acknowledged by corporate spokespersons, provided evidence that InGen's genetic engineering capabilities extended far beyond the single hybrid species that was eventually revealed to the public. The decision to abandon the Stegosauratops project and eliminate all traces of its existence from public documentation reflected commercial calculations that prioritized marketing impact over scientific achievement. Corporate executives determined that the revelation of multiple hybrid species would diminish the uniqueness and commercial value of the Indominus Rex, whose marketing campaign depended upon positioning it as humanity's first and most advanced achievement in genetic hybridization. The existence of earlier successful hybrids would have undermined this narrative and potentially reduced the revenues that the company expected to generate from its flagship attraction. The specimens that had been successfully developed during the Stegosauratops project were quietly transferred to classified facilities where their existence could be maintained without threatening corporate marketing strategies, while all documentation related to their development was reclassified at security levels that made it accessible only to personnel with the highest clearances. The researchers who had devoted years of their careers to developing these hybrids were reassigned to other projects or retired early with financial incentives that ensured their silence about achievements that would never be publicly acknowledged. In the shadowed corners of InGen's corporate hierarchy, where decisions about life and death were made according to financial projections rather than ethical considerations, the fate of the white Indoraptor served as perhaps the most disturbing example of how commercial priorities could override even the most basic considerations of creature welfare. This second hybrid, whose existence was known only through concept artwork and early development documents, had been intended to serve as either a companion or competitor to the black Indoraptor that would eventually be revealed to the world as the ultimate achievement in weaponized genetic engineering. The relationship between the two Indoraptor specimens during their early development had been carefully monitored by researchers who sought to understand how artificially created predators would interact with members of their own engineered species. The studies that were conducted during this period revealed social dynamics that were far more complex and disturbing than anything that had been observed in natural predator species, as the hybrids demonstrated levels of cunning and deliberate cruelty that exceeded even the most pessimistic predictions about the behavioral consequences of genetic modification. The white Indoraptor, whose pale coloration was intended to create visual contrast with its darker sibling, possessed the same enhanced intelligence and weaponized capabilities that characterized the entire hybrid line, yet its behavioral patterns suggested that the genetic modifications that had created these creatures had produced psychological characteristics that fell outside the normal parameters of any natural species. The creature's interactions with its sibling were marked not by the territorial competition that might have been expected between natural predators, but by a calculated malevolence that seemed to transcend simple survival instincts. The systematic torture and eventual cannibalization of the white Indoraptor by its black sibling was documented in security footage that was immediately classified at the highest levels and has never been released even to personnel involved in subsequent hybrid research programs. The recordings that captured this interaction revealed that the dominant Indoraptor's treatment of its subordinate sibling was not merely the elimination of competition, but a prolonged process of psychological and physical abuse that demonstrated capabilities for deliberate cruelty that exceeded those of any known predator species. The implications of this behavior for understanding the psychology of genetically engineered predators were so disturbing that the research team responsible for the Indoraptor project recommended immediate termination of all hybrid development programs and the destruction of existing specimens before their psychological instabilities could manifest in ways that threatened human personnel. These recommendations were overruled by corporate executives who prioritized the commercial potential of weaponized hybrids over the safety concerns raised by their creators, leading ultimately to the disaster that would claim multiple lives during the Lockwood Manor incident. The decision to proceed with the development of the surviving Indoraptor, despite clear evidence of severe behavioral instabilities, represented a triumph of corporate greed over scientific caution that would have consequences extending far beyond the immediate deaths that resulted from the creature's eventual escape. The knowledge that such creatures possessed capabilities for deliberate cruelty rather than simple predatory violence transformed every subsequent encounter with them from dangerous but predictable wildlife management challenges into psychological horror scenarios where the rules of conventional animal behavior no longer applied. deep within the restricted sectors of Jurassic World, where creatures too dangerous for public exhibition were maintained in facilities that resembled maximum security prisons more than conventional zoological enclosures. The mystery of Paddock 10 continued to haunt the personnel who were responsible for maintaining systems whose contents were known only to the highest levels of corporate management. The classification level assigned to whatever creature inhabited this facility exceeded even that of the Indominus Rex, suggesting that InGen had succeeded in creating something that surpassed even their most ambitious hybrid in terms of either capability or instability. The circumstantial evidence that surrounded Paddock 10 painted a picture of containment measures that exceeded anything that had been deemed necessary for conventional dinosaur species, with power consumption records indicating energy usage patterns that suggested life support systems designed for creatures whose physiological requirements were unlike those of any known organism. The electromagnetic shielding that surrounded the facility was stronger than that used for any other paddock, while the automated security systems that monitored the area were programmed with response protocols that assumed the failure of primary containment and planned for scenarios that would require military-level intervention. Personnel assignments for Paddock 10 were restricted to individuals whose psychological profiles indicated unusual stability and discretion, while all staff members were required to undergo regular counseling sessions designed to monitor their mental health and identify any signs of the psychological stress that prolonged exposure to highly classified operations typically produced. The turnover rate among Paddock 10 personnel was significantly higher than that observed in other secure facilities, with many individuals requesting transfers to less sensitive assignments after brief exposure to whatever secrets the facility contained. The theories that developed among corporate personnel about the identity of Paddock 10's inhabitant ranged from the plausible to the fantastic, encompassing everything from failed hybrid experiments to recovered specimens from extinct corporate facilities to entirely new categories of genetic engineering that pushed the boundaries of what was considered scientifically possible. Some speculation centered upon the possibility that the facility housed one of Dr. Wu's early experimental hybrids, perhaps the Scorpius rex, whose instability had made it unsuitable for any operational deployment, while other theories suggested more exotic possibilities, such as marine reptiles or pterosaurs whose aerial capabilities would require entirely different containment strategies. The power failures that occasionally affected Jurassic World's electrical systems created moments of profound anxiety among security personnel who understood that the backup systems for Paddock 10 were designed to maintain containment even under the most extreme emergency conditions. The protocols that were activated during such incidents involved immediate lockdown of entire sectors of the facility, while all non-essential personnel were evacuated to secure locations that had been prepared specifically for scenarios where whatever inhabited Paddock 10 might achieve temporary freedom. The few individuals who possessed the security clearances necessary to access information about Paddock 10's contents were bound by non-disclosure agreements whose violations were punishable by terms that effectively ensured silence for life, while the corporate insurance policies that covered potential incidents involving the facility's inhabitant were structured to assume catastrophic damage to life and property that would exceed anything in the company's previous experience. The very existence of such extreme precautionary measures suggested that InGen had succeeded in creating something whose capabilities transcended even their most ambitious projections about what genetic engineering could achieve. The eventual fate of whatever creature inhabited Paddock 10 remains one of the most closely guarded secrets in corporate genetic engineering, with conflicting reports suggesting either successful evacuation during the Jurassic World incident or containment failure that resulted in the loss of experimental subjects whose replacement would be impossible given the destruction of the research data that had made their creation possible. The ambiguity that surrounds this topic reflects the broader challenges that corporations face when dealing with classified projects, whose very existence challenges the boundaries of public understanding about what is scientifically and ethically acceptable. In the laboratories where the most ambitious experiments in genetic resurrection were conducted, the Scorpius Rex project represented both the pinnacle of Dr. Wu's theoretical achievements and the clearest demonstration of why some scientific possibilities should remain forever theoretical. This creature, which predated the Indominus Rex by several years and served as proof of concept for the hybrid technologies that would later produce more stable specimens, embodied every nightmare scenario that critics of genetic engineering had ever imagined, combining instabilities that made it unsuitable for any conceivable application with capabilities that made it impossible to safely contain or control. The genetic structure of the Scorpius Rex incorporated material from more diverse sources than any previous hybrid, creating an organism whose characteristics represented a chaotic combination of traits that had never been tested by natural selection pressures. The creature's physical appearance suggested a predator that had been assembled from components of multiple species without any consideration for how those components might interact when combined in a single organism, while its behavioral patterns indicated psychological instabilities that rendered it dangerous to everything in its environment, including itself. The quill-based defensive system that distinguished the Scorpius Rex from all other known dinosaur species represented one of Wu's most innovative genetic modifications, incorporating defensive capabilities derived from modern porcupines into a creature whose size and predatory instincts made such adaptations both unnecessary and actively dangerous. The creature's ability to launch these defensive quills as projectile weapons created attack patterns that had never existed in any natural predator, while the venomous properties of these projectiles introduced toxicological hazards that existing medical protocols were not designed to address. The reproductive instabilities that characterized the Scorpius Rex specimens reflected the fundamental incompatibilities that existed between genetic material from such diverse sources, creating creatures whose cellular division processes were marked by continuous mutations that produced offspring with characteristics that deviated increasingly from their parents' already unstable baseline. The exponential nature of these genetic drifts suggested that sustained breeding programs would eventually produce organisms that bore no resemblance to their ancestors and possessed capabilities that could not be predicted or controlled through any existing methodology. The behavioral patterns documented during the brief periods when Scorpius Rex specimens were maintained in controlled conditions revealed psychological characteristics that fell outside the normal parameters of any known species, natural or artificial. The creatures demonstrated levels of aggression that seemed to transcend normal territorial or hunting instincts, attacking without apparent motivation and continuing their assaults long after potential threats had been eliminated or had fled beyond any reasonable pursuit distance. The decision to classify the entire Scorpius Rex project as a failure and terminate all related research represented one of the few examples of corporate executives exercising appropriate caution when confronted with clear evidence that their genetic engineering programs had produced results that exceeded their ability to safely manage or control. The specimens that had been created during the project's operational phases were placed in cryogenic storage rather than being terminated outright, reflecting both scientific curiosity about their continued development and institutional reluctance to completely abandon research that had consumed enormous resources and produced unique insights into the possibilities and limitations of genetic hybridization. The storage facilities that housed the frozen Scorpius Rex specimens were designed with security measures that assumed the eventual failure of cryogenic systems and planned for scenarios where the creatures might achieve consciousness. under conditions where normal containment protocols would be inadequate. The power requirements for maintaining these facilities exceeded those of any other corporate research program, while the backup systems that ensured continuity of freezing included redundancies that were designed to function even during catastrophic failures of primary infrastructure. The eventual awakening of stored Scorpius rex specimens during power failures that affected Camp Cretaceous created scenarios that demonstrated why the creatures had originally been classified as unsuitable for any operational deployment, as their behavior upon consciousness exceeded even the most pessimistic projections about their instability and dangerousness. The teenage survivors who encountered these creatures during their release found themselves confronting predators whose capabilities transcended anything that their previous experiences with dinosaurs had prepared them to handle, creating survival scenarios that required adaptation to threat levels that no existing training or preparation could have anticipated. The elimination of the awakened Scorpius rex specimens during subsequent incidents served as both immediate resolution to specific threats and broader demonstration that some genetic engineering experiments produce results that can only be addressed through complete destruction of the organisms that embody their failures. The knowledge gained from studying these creatures provided valuable insights into the limitations and dangers of genetic hybridization. Yet the cost of acquiring such knowledge included human lives and psychological trauma that would affect survivors for years or decades after their encounters had ended. Among the supporting cast of creatures whose existence was documented in corporate research files but never fully explored in public presentations, the populations of Dilophosaurus that had been established on various InGen facilities represented perhaps the most underestimated threat in the entire genetic resurrection program. These creatures, whose modest size and supposedly non-aggressive nature led to their classification as relatively low-risk species, possessed capabilities that made them uniquely effective at eliminating human personnel, while avoiding detection by security systems that had been designed to monitor larger and more obviously dangerous predators. The venom delivery system that characterized Dilophosaurus hunting behavior represented one of nature's most efficient designs for incapacitating prey, combining accuracy that allowed for effective targeting at significant distances with toxicological properties that produced rapid paralysis followed by death that appeared natural to casual observation. The creature's ability to spit venom with precision that exceeded that of modern venomous snakes created attack capabilities that could eliminate human targets before they had opportunity to activate emergency protocols or summon assistance. The pack hunting strategies that Dilophosaurus employed when targeting human prey demonstrated intelligence levels that exceeded those documented for most other dinosaur species, with coordinated attacks that suggested communication capabilities and strategic planning that had never been observed in natural predators of comparable size. The creature's ability to work together to isolate individual targets while avoiding areas covered by security systems indicated understanding of human technology and behavioral patterns that could only have been acquired through systematic observation and analysis. The corporate decision to downplay the dangers posed by Dilophosaurus populations reflected both public relations, considerations, and practical recognition that acknowledging the full extent of the threat would require security measures that would be prohibitively expensive and would interfere with the operational efficiency that commercial facilities required to remain profitable. The classification of these creatures as minor threats, rather than apex predators, allowed facilities to maintain staffing levels and operational procedures that would have been impossible if their true capabilities had been officially acknowledged. The deaths that were attributed to Dilophosaurus attacks were typically classified as accidents or medical emergencies rather than predatory incidents, creating statistical records that systematically underrepresented the actual threat that these creatures posed to human personnel. The venom-induced paralysis that preceded most Dilophosaurus kills produced symptoms that could be easily mistaken for heart attacks or strokes, while the creature's tendency to retreat after delivering killing strikes meant that their involvement in fatal incidents often went undetected by investigators who lacked the specialized knowledge necessary to recognize the signs of venom exposure. The long-term implications of maintaining Dilophosaurus populations in facilities where they had regular contact with human personnel extended beyond immediate mortality statistics to encompass psychological impacts that affected the fordio, efficiency and morale of entire workforce populations. Personnel who understood the true capabilities of these creatures experienced constant anxiety about potential attacks, while those who remained ignorant of the dangers were vulnerable to incidents that their training and preparation had never addressed. The eventual escape of Dilophosaurus populations into wild environments during various facility failures created ecological hazards that extended far beyond the immediate areas where corporate operations had been conducted, as these creatures' hunting strategies proved equally effective against native wildlife populations and human communities that had no experience with venomous predators of such intelligence and coordination capabilities. The dispersal of these populations across multiple continents ensured that their impact on global ecosystems would continue to develop over timeframes that exceeded any corporate planning horizons. In the deepest archives of genetic engineering research, where the most ambitious and dangerous experiments were documented in files that were never intended to see daylight, the records speak of creatures whose very existence challenged every assumption about the boundaries between scientific possibility and cosmic horror. These lost specimens, whose creation represented the ultimate expression of human ambition untempered by wisdom or restraint, served as warnings about the consequences that awaited any species arrogant enough to believe that the forces of life and death could be safely harnessed for commercial or military purposes. Their stories, preserved in corporate databases that were designed to survive even the complete collapse of the civilization that had created them, stand as monuments to the hubris that had driven humanity to resurrect forces that were better left undisturbed in the amber tombs where time had placed them. In the boardrooms where corporate titans gathered to divide the spoils of genetic resurrection, there unfolded conspiracies that stretched across decades and continents, weaving threads of industrial espionage, political manipulation, and scientific theft into patterns of corruption that would eventually entangle every institution touched by the promise of de-extinction technology. These were not mere business rivalries, but campaigns of systematic warfare conducted through laboratories and legislative chambers, where the weapons were genetic codes and the casualties were measured not only in corporate profits, but in human lives, sacrificed to ambitions that recognized no moral boundaries. The architect of the most enduring of these conspiracies was Louis Dodgson, a man whose career trajectory from pharmaceutical researcher to corporate espionage coordinator to biotechnology executive represented the complete moral degradation that accompanied the commodification of life itself. His transformation from scientist to criminal mastermind was not a sudden fall from grace, but a gradual erosion of ethical constraints that paralleled the broader corporate culture's abandonment of any principles that might interfere with the pursuit of genetic dominance and commercial supremacy. Dodgson's initial recruitment by Biosign Corporation in the early 1980s had been motivated by his expertise in pharmaceutical development and his willingness to pursue research objectives that more scrupulous scientists might have questioned or abandoned. His early work on genetic modification techniques for medical applications provided him with the technical foundation that would later enable him to understand and exploit the revolutionary developments in de-extinction technology that InGen was pioneering in their secretive island laboratories. The corporate culture at Biosyn during this period was characterized by a siege mentality that viewed every competitor's success as an existential threat to the company's survival and future profitability. The executives who guided Biosyn's strategic planning were convinced that the emerging field of genetic engineering would be dominated by whoever achieved the first major breakthrough in commercially viable applications, making industrial espionage not merely an option but an essential component of any strategy for remaining competitive in what they privately termed the genetic gold rush. Dodgson's progression from legitimate researcher to industrial spy was facilitated by corporate policies that rewarded results while maintaining plausible deniability about the methods used to achieve them. His supervisors made it clear that they were interested in acquiring InGen's proprietary genetic technologies, but carefully avoided providing explicit instructions about how such acquisition should be accomplished, creating an environment where illegal activities could be pursued without direct corporate authorization or oversight. The Costa Rican restaurant, where Dodgson first approached Dennis Nedry with his proposal for systematic betrayal, was chosen specifically for its location outside the jurisdiction of United States law enforcement agencies and its reputation as a meeting place where sensitive business discussions could be conducted without electronic surveillance or unwanted observation. The seemingly casual encounter between the two men represented months of careful planning and intelligence gathering that had identified Nedry as the InGen employee most likely to be vulnerable to recruitment for corporate espionage activities. Nedry's financial difficulties and professional frustrations had been documented through corporate intelligence networks that monitored the personal lives and career satisfaction of key personnel at competing companies, creating profiles that identified potential assets for recruitment as informants or active collaborators. The systematic surveillance that preceded Dodgson's approach revealed that Nedry's resentment toward John Hammond's management style and his mounting personal debts had created psychological vulnerabilities that could be exploited through careful application of financial incentives and emotional manipulation. The negotiation between Dodgson and Nedry was conducted with the professional expertise that characterized all aspects of Biosyn's industrial espionage program, employing techniques that had been refined through years of successful recruitment operations, targeting personnel at universities, government research facilities, and competing corporations. The financial package that Dodgson offered was carefully calibrated to provide sufficient motivation without creating suspicion that might alert InGen's security personnel to the existence of a potential security breach. The technical specifications that Dodgson provided for the embryo storage device reflected Biosyn's sophisticated understanding of the practical challenges involved in preserving genetic material under adverse conditions, demonstrating that the company's interest in acquiring InGen specimens extended beyond immediate commercial applications to encompass long-term research programs that would require maintaining viable samples over extended periods of time. The systematic corruption of InGen's computer security systems that enabled Nedry's theft represented one of the most sophisticated cyber warfare operations of its era, employing techniques that would not become widely known outside intelligence agencies for several more years. The virus that Nedry installed in Jurassic Park's operational systems was designed not merely to disable security protocols during his escape attempt, but to create permanent vulnerabilities that could be exploited for future intelligence-gathering operations. The failure of Nedry's escape from Isla Nublar and the loss of the embryo canister in the island's treacherous weather conditions represented a tactical defeat that did not diminish Biosin's strategic commitment to acquiring InGen's proprietary genetic technologies through whatever means proved necessary. The intelligence that Nedry had provided before his death, combined with the corporate knowledge gained through systematic surveillance of InGen's operations, provided Biosin with sufficient information to begin developing competing research programs that paralleled and eventually exceeded their rivals' achievements. The years that followed the Jurassic Park disaster saw Dodgson's elevation within Biosin's corporate hierarchy as his expertise in covert operations became increasingly valuable for a company whose survival depended upon staying ahead of technological developments that were occurring in highly classified research programs conducted by competitors with superior financial resources and government connections. His promotion to positions of greater authority was accompanied by expanded access to intelligence networks and operational capabilities that enabled him to orchestrate increasingly ambitious campaigns of corporate warfare. The infiltration of Isla Sorna during Project Genesis represented the culmination of Dodgson's vision for systematic exploitation of InGen's research infrastructure, as Biosine operatives embedded themselves within the island's research teams and began collecting genetic materials and technical data that would provide their company with years of competitive advantage in developing commercial applications for de-extinction technology. The operation was conducted with military-level precision and security protocols that ensured participating personnel could maintain their cover identities even under intensive scrutiny from InGen's counterintelligence specialists. The Biosin scientists who participated in Project Genesis were carefully selected for their technical expertise and their psychological suitability for conducting extended undercover operations in environments where discovery could result in criminal prosecution or worse. These individuals operated under false identities that had been constructed with sufficient depth and documentation to withstand background investigations conducted by corporate security personnel who were trained to detect infiltration attempts. The genetic materials that were collected during the Biosin infiltration of Isla Sorna included specimens from species that InGen had never publicly acknowledged creating, providing Biosin with access to research data that encompassed the full scope of their rivals' experimental programs, rather than merely the species that had been intended for commercial exhibition. The systematic theft of this biological treasure trove represented one of the most successful industrial espionage operations in corporate history, enabling Biosin to accelerate their own research timeline by years or decades. The corporate warfare that erupted between Biosin and InGen during the late 1990s extended beyond simple competition for market share to encompass systematic attempts to destroy each other's research capabilities through sabotage, personnel recruitment, and legal harassment campaigns designed to exhaust financial resources and divert attention from core research objectives. The intensity of this conflict reflected both companies' recognition that dominance in genetic engineering would provide competitive advantages that could reshape entire industries and potentially determine which corporations would control the future development of biotechnology applications. The development of Manta Corp as a third major player in the genetic engineering industry represented the emergence of new competitive dynamics that complicated the bilateral warfare between InGen and Biosin by introducing additional sources of innovation and financial resources that could potentially upset the delicate balance that had characterized the industry's early development. The company's secretive research programs and military applications focus created new categories of threat that existing corporate intelligence networks were not designed to monitor or counter. Daniel Kahn's leadership of Manta Corp reflected the growing militarization of genetic engineering research, as corporate executives recognized that the technologies being developed had applications that extended far beyond commercial, entertainment, or medical research to encompass weapons, systems, and strategic capabilities that could provide decisive advantages in international conflicts. His background in defense contracting and military procurement provided him with understanding of government requirements and acquisition processes that enabled Manta Corp to secure funding and authorization for research programs that civilian-focused companies could not access. The betrayal of his own son during the Manta Corp operations demonstrated the extent to which corporate loyalty had replaced family bonds as the primary organizing principle for executives whose careers had been built upon the genetic engineering industry's explosive growth and competitive intensity. Daniel's willingness to sacrifice his child's welfare for corporate objectives reflected the moral corruption that infected every level of organizations whose success depended upon exploiting living creatures for commercial or military purposes. The development of control chip technology by Manta Corp represented a fundamental departure from the behavioral conditioning approaches that had characterized earlier attempts to manage dinosaur behavior, substituting direct neurological manipulation for the psychological techniques that had produced limited success in previous programs. The implications of this technology extended beyond dinosaur management to encompass potential applications for controlling human behavior, creating capabilities that could be used for both military operations and domestic population control. The corporate espionage networks that developed around genetic engineering research created international intelligence systems that operated with sophistication levels that rivaled those of government agencies, employing satellite surveillance, electronic monitoring, and human intelligence assets to track technological developments and identify opportunities for acquiring proprietary information or disrupting competitor operations. These networks became so extensive and sophisticated that they eventually operated as shadow intelligence agencies, whose capabilities exceeded those of many national security organizations. The Parker Genetics expedition to Isle Street, Hubert represented another approach to acquiring genetic materials through direct collection from wild dinosaur populations, rather than attempting to infiltrate competitor research facilities or steal preserved specimens from corporate laboratories. This strategy reflected the growing recognition that the dinosaurs that had escaped from corporate control and established wild populations represented potentially valuable sources of genetic material that could be harvested without violating corporate intellectual property protections. Martin Krebs's leadership of the Parker Genetics operation demonstrated how pharmaceutical industry executives had adapted military-style planning and execution methodologies for conducting operations in environments where dinosaur predation created threat levels that exceeded those encountered in conventional business activities. The expedition's sophisticated equipment and professional security teams reflected the industry's growing understanding that profitable exploitation of dinosaur-related opportunities would require capabilities that extended far beyond traditional corporate research and development programs. The systematic elimination of expedition members during the Isle Street Hubert operation revealed the extent to which corporate executives were willing to sacrifice human lives for genetic materials whose commercial value had been calculated according to profit projections that treated employee deaths as acceptable business expenses rather than moral obligations, requiring prevention through adequate safety measures. The corporate insurance policies that covered such operations were specifically structured to provide financial protection for companies whose activities regularly resulted in personnel casualties, The ethical debates within corporate research teams about the appropriate uses for genetic materials collected at such human cost reflected growing awareness among technical personnel that their work was contributing to applications that extended far beyond the medical research that had originally justified the development of genetic engineering technologies. The recognition that their discoveries were being weaponized for military applications or commercialized for entertainment purposes that treated living creatures as commodities created moral conflicts that affected the efficiency and loyalty of research teams. The development of genetically engineered locusts as biological weapons represented the ultimate expression of corporate warfare through genetic engineering, as Biosyn deployed artificially created organisms to systematically destroy the agricultural systems that supported human civilization, while positioning themselves as the sole source of crops that could resist such attacks. This ecological terrorism exceeded even the most pessimistic predictions about how genetic technologies might be used as instruments of corporate or national power. The systematic destruction of global food production through genetically targeted biological weapons created famine conditions that threatened billions of human lives, while generating massive profits for the corporation that possessed the genetic keys to agricultural resistance against the artificial plague they had unleashed. The scale of this operation exceeded anything that had previously been attempted in corporate warfare, representing a transition from competition between companies to attacks upon the fundamental systems that sustained human civilization. The international conspiracy that enabled Biosyn to deploy biological weapons against global food systems required coordination with government agencies and international organizations whose complicity was purchased through financial aid, incentives and political pressures that demonstrated how completely corporate interests had penetrated and corrupted the institutions that were supposed to protect public welfare against precisely such threats. The regulatory capture that made such operations possible represented the culmination of decades of systematic corruption of oversight mechanisms. Dr. Ellie Sattler's investigation of the locust plague demonstrated how individual scientists with integrity and determination could still threaten corporate operations that depended upon maintaining secrecy about their illegal, destructive activities. Yet her success in exposing the conspiracy required personal risks and sacrifices that illustrated why so few technical personnel were willing to challenge the organizations that employed them and controlled their professional futures. The reunion of legacy characters from earlier incidents to combat Biosyn's ecological terrorism reflected the persistent moral obligations that connected individuals whose lives had been shaped by encounters with the consequences of genetic engineering, demonstrating that the bonds forged through shared survival of corporate-created disasters could provide foundations for resistance movements that transcended individual self-interest and corporate loyalty. The infiltration of Biosyn's headquarters facility by the combined team of investigators represented both a tactical response to immediate threats and a symbolic confrontation between human values and corporate power, as individuals whose experiences had taught them about the true costs of genetic manipulation challenged an organization whose success depended upon denying and concealing those costs from public awareness and governmental oversight. The revelation of Biosyn's underground research facilities demonstrated that the company's publicly acknowledged activities represented only a small fraction of their actual operations, which encompassed research programs and experimental projects that violated international law and basic scientific ethics, while pursuing applications that threatened the stability of global ecosystems and the survival of human civilization itself. Lewis Dodgson's final confrontation with the consequences of his decades-long campaign of corporate terrorism occurred in the tunnels beneath Biosyn's headquarters, where the Dilophosaurus that killed him represented both poetic justice and natural law, asserting itself against human arrogance that had sought to exploit and control forces that operated according to principles that transcended any individual agenda or organizational objective. The destruction of Biosyn's research programs and the liberation of their experimental subjects provided both immediate resolution to specific threats and demonstration that corporate power, however extensive and sophisticated, remained vulnerable to the combined efforts of individuals who possessed both technical expertise and moral commitment to preventing the abuse of genetic technologies for purposes that served narrow interests rather than broader human welfare. The exposure of international networks of corporate espionage and governmental complicity that had enabled decades of illegal genetic research created opportunities for legal and regulatory reforms that might prevent similar conspiracies from threatening human civilization in the future. Yet the knowledge and technologies that had been developed during these programs could never be completely eliminated or forgotten, ensuring that similar threats would eventually emerge under different corporate sponsorship and governmental authorization. The corporate documents that were recovered from Biosyn's facilities revealed the full scope of industrial espionage and illegal research activities that had characterized the genetic engineering industry's development, providing evidence for prosecutions and policy changes that would reshape the regulatory frameworks governing biotechnology research, while also demonstrating how completely corporate interests had penetrated and corrupted the institutions that were supposed to protect public welfare against such abuses. In the deeper archives of corporate conspiracy, where the most sensitive documents were stored in secure facilities designed to survive even nuclear warfare, the records revealed that the systematic exploitation of genetic technologies for commercial and military purposes had created international networks of corruption and illegal activity that extended far beyond any single company or national government, encompassing intelligence agencies, military organizations, and political institutions whose complicity had been purchased through financial incentives and strategic advantages that transcended conventional understanding of corporate influence and governmental authority. The ultimate legacy of these corporate conspiracies was not merely the specific disasters and casualties that resulted from individual operations, but the fundamental transformation of human institutions and moral frameworks that had occurred as genetic technologies became tools for pursuing power and profit without regard for the consequences that such pursuits imposed upon innocent individuals and communities who had never consented to bearing the risks and costs of experiments, whose benefits would accrue primarily to those who possessed the resources and connections necessary to exploit them for personal or organizational advantage. In the places where corporate ambitions had once promised to transform barren landscapes into profitable paradise, there now stretched vistas of abandonment that spoke more eloquently than any corporate report about the true costs of attempting to commercialize forces that had been shaped by millions of years of evolutionary refinement. These forgotten sites, scattered across continents and hidden within the most remote corners of human civilization, bore witness to the inevitable collapse that awaited any enterprise built upon the fundamental misconception that nature could be permanently subdued through technological superiority and financial resources. The abandoned Jurassic Park attraction at Universal Studios Orlando had become a monument to corporate amnesia and the entertainment industry's relentless pursuit of newer spectacles to capture public attention, yet its transformation from active exhibition space to overgrown wilderness provided perhaps the most accessible demonstration of how quickly human constructions surrendered to natural forces when deprived of constant maintenance and artificial support systems. The decision to seal rather than dismantle this section of the theme park reflected both practical considerations about demolition costs and deeper psychological reluctance to completely erase evidence of humanity's brief flirtation with prehistoric resurrection. The barriers that had been erected to prevent public access to the abandoned attraction were intended as temporary measures, while corporate executives debated the most cost-effective approaches to repurposing the space for newer entertainment concepts. Yet the passage of time had transformed these makeshift boundaries into permanent fortifications that protected secrets whose existence had been forgotten by all but a handful of individuals whose institutional memory extended back to the attraction's original construction and operation. Behind these barriers, the elaborate sets and sophisticated animatronics that had once brought wonder to millions of visitors began their slow surrender to the relentless advance of Florida's subtropical vegetation, creating landscapes that eerily paralleled the overgrown ruins depicted in cinematic visions of abandoned prehistoric theme parks. Vines crept across artificial rock formations, while moss obscured the mechanical components of creatures that had been designed to simulate the majesty of species that had ruled the Earth for more than 160 million years. The animatronic triceratops that had served as the centerpiece of the attraction's educational component continued to occupy its specially constructed shelter, its massive frame now providing support for the tropical plants that had colonized every surface not directly exposed to rainfall. The sophisticated pneumatic and hydraulic systems that had once enabled lifelike movements had long since ceased functioning, yet the creature's static presence retained a dignity that seemed to transcend its artificial origins and mechanical construction. The pathways that had guided visitors through carefully choreographed encounters with prehistoric wonders became increasingly difficult to navigate as natural vegetation reclaimed territory that had been temporarily surrendered to human engineering and entertainment objectives. The original paving stones remained beneath the accumulated organic matter, creating treacherous footing for the few individuals who possessed both the knowledge necessary to locate access points and the determination required to explore spaces that had been officially designated as permanently inaccessible. The lighting systems that had once illuminated nighttime operations continued to function sporadically, powered by electrical connections that maintenance personnel had neglected to disconnect when the attraction was sealed. These intermittent flashes of artificial illumination created an atmosphere of surreal beauty as they revealed glimpses of mechanical creatures surrounded by living vegetation that had transformed engineered entertainment spaces into something resembling natural habitat. The sound systems that had provided atmospheric audio during the attraction's operational period occasionally activated in response to environmental triggers or electrical fluctuations, filling the abandoned spaces with prehistoric roars and ambient jungle sounds that seemed to emanate from creatures that had never existed yet, whose presence felt more real than the artificial constructions that had been designed to simulate them. These ghostly soundscapes created experiences that were simultaneously more and less authentic than anything the attraction had offered during its commercial operation. The documentation that survived from the attraction's active period revealed that Universal's creative teams had invested extraordinary effort in achieving scientific accuracy and educational value, consulting with paleontologists and evolutionary biologists to ensure that their mechanical creatures reflected the best available understanding of dinosaur behavior and prehistoric ecosystems. The irony of this commitment to authenticity was that the abandoned attraction now provided more genuine insights into natural processes than had ever been possible during its operational period. The eventual demolition of the abandoned attraction to make room for newer entertainment concepts was conducted with industrial efficiency that prioritized rapid site clearance over historical preservation or environmental sensitivity. Yet rumors persisted among theme park enthusiasts that significant portions of the original construction had been preserved and relocated to secure storage facilities, whose locations were known only to corporate archivists and legal departments. The fate of the sophisticated animatronics that had populated the abandoned attraction remained one of the most closely guarded secrets in the entertainment industry, with conflicting reports suggesting either systematic dismantling for component recycling or intact preservation for potential future exhibitions that would capitalize on nostalgia for the golden age of theme park innovation. The ambiguity surrounding this topic reflected broader corporate practices of maintaining secrecy about operational decisions that might affect public perception or competitive positioning. The exploration opportunities that had existed during the attraction's abandoned period attracted urban explorers and theme park historians, whose unauthorized investigations documented the site's gradual transformation from artificial entertainment space to naturalized wilderness, creating photographic and video records that preserved evidence of natural reclamation processes that would otherwise have been lost when the site was finally cleared for redevelopment. On Isla Nublar itself, where John Hammond's original vision had achieved its most complete expression before collapsing into chaos and abandonment, the ruins of the visitor center stood as perhaps the most powerful symbol of humanity's hubris in believing that forces shaped by geological time could be permanently contained within structures built according to human architectural principles and commercial objectives. The soaring atrium that had been designed to inspire awe in visitors encountering living dinosaurs for the first time had become a cathedral of decay, where nature reasserted its dominion over spaces that had briefly served human dinosaurs' purposes. The massive skeleton of the Tyrannosaurus rex that had dominated the center's main hall remained suspended from its supporting framework, yet the passage of years had transformed this monument to prehistoric power into something more complex and melancholy. Tropical vegetation had colonized every surface, while the banner proclaiming Hammond's optimistic vision had long since rotted away, leaving only fragments of text that could no longer convey their original message of welcome and wonder. The interactive exhibits that had been designed to educate visitors about genetic engineering and paleontological discovery had been systematically destroyed during the evacuation chaos. Yet their shattered remains continued to serve educational purposes by demonstrating how quickly sophisticated technology surrendered to environmental pressures when deprived of continuous maintenance and artificial climate control. Computer terminals designed to last for decades had been rendered inoperative within months by humidity and insect infiltration. The gift shop that had been intended to generate revenue through sales of merchandise celebrating humanity's triumph over extinction had become a treasure trove for archaeologists of corporate culture, as products designed to commemorate prehistoric resurrections slowly decomposed alongside the facilities that had housed them. Plushy dinosaurs designed to appeal to children became homes for the small mammals and reptiles that had colonized the abandoned structure. The restaurant areas where visitors had been intended to dine while observing safely contained dinosaur herds had been transformed into ecosystems that supported genuine biodiversity rather than artificial spectacles. As native bird species established nesting sites within structures that had been designed to showcase creatures from entirely different geological eras, the artificial environments created for human comfort had proven more hospitable to contemporary wildlife than to the prehistoric species they had been designed to exhibit. The kitchen facilities where Dennis Nedry had met his fate during his desperate attempt to escape with stolen genetic materials had become monuments to the unpredictable consequences of corporate espionage and criminal betrayal, as the sophisticated food preparation equipment slowly surrendered to corrosion and biological colonization, while serving as reminders that even the most carefully planned criminal enterprises could be undone by forces that operated according to principles that transcended human understanding or control. The control room that had served as the nerve center for managing every aspect of Jurassic Park's operations retained much of its original equipment. Yet the computer systems that had once monitored and directed complex technological processes had been rendered permanently inoperative by power failures and environmental damage that no amount of technical expertise could repair. The screens that had once displayed park maps and system status information now reflected only the green light that filtered through vegetation growing across the center's massive windows. The bunker-like security areas where Robert Muldoon had maintained his weapons and equipment remained largely intact due to their robust construction and climate control systems. Yet these spaces had become time capsules that preserved evidence of the military-level preparations that had been deemed necessary for managing creatures whose behavior had never been successfully predicted or controlled despite decades of research and observation. The hidden areas beneath the visitor center that had housed backup systems and emergency equipment revealed the extent to which Hammond's optimistic public presentations had concealed sophisticated preparations for scenarios involving complete system failures and potential evacuation of all personnel, demonstrating that even the most confident corporate executives privately acknowledged the fundamental unpredictability of the forces they were attempting to commercialize. The helipads and vehicle maintenance areas that had supported the park's transportation needs had been colonized by plant species that had arrived as seeds in the digestive systems of migrating birds, creating gardens that displayed greater biodiversity and ecological stability than had ever been achieved through deliberate landscape design and horticultural management. The failure of artificial ecosystems had created opportunities for natural succession processes that were producing more successful environmental outcomes. Beneath the waters surrounding Isla Nublar, the submerged remains of docks and marine facilities that had supported construction and operational activities during the park's active period had become artificial reefs that supported marine ecosystems of extraordinary richness and complexity, demonstrating how human constructions could serve ecological purposes that exceeded their original commercial or industrial functions when they were abandoned to natural colonization processes. On Isla Sorna, where the more secretive aspects of InGen's research program had been conducted away from public scrutiny and regulatory oversight, the abandoned worker village that had housed the technical personnel responsible for dinosaur breeding and care had become a ghost town that provided insights into the daily lives and working conditions of individuals whose contributions to genetic resurrection had been carefully excluded from corporate public relations, materials, and historical documentation. The residential buildings that had accommodated families willing to relocate to remote locations for the sake of participating in unprecedented scientific research revealed living conditions that had been designed to provide comfort, normalcy, despite isolation from conventional civilization and constant exposure to dangerous wildlife, whose behavior remained fundamentally unpredictable despite years of study and observation. The cafeteria and recreation facilities that had served the village community during its active period retained evidence of social relationships and cultural activities that had developed among personnel who shared the unique experience working with resurrected species in environments where every day brought encounters with creatures that challenged every assumption about the relationship between natural and artificial life forms. The medical facilities that had been established to treat injuries resulting from dinosaur encounters revealed both the sophisticated preparations that had been made for managing trauma that exceeded anything documented in conventional medical literature, and the ultimate inadequacy of such preparations when confronted with attack patterns and wound types that had never been studied or treated by modern healthcare systems. The workshops and maintenance areas that had supported the village's infrastructure needs had been designed with redundancies and backup systems that reflected corporate understanding that equipment failures in such remote locations could have consequences far more serious than mere inconvenience. Yet these precautionary measures had proven insufficient when tested by the systematic breakdown of authority and security that had accompanied the abandonment of corporate operations. The communication facilities that had maintained contact between Isla Sorna and corporate headquarters on the mainland had been designed to function under emergency conditions and hostile weather, yet their eventual failure had left the abandoned village completely isolated from the outside world and dependent upon resources and capabilities that had never been intended to support long-term independent operation. The power generation systems that had supported village operations through geothermal and solar installations continued to function sporadically, providing intermittent electricity that maintained some lighting and ventilation in buildings that would otherwise have been completely surrendered to tropical decay, creating an atmosphere of partial occupancy that was more unsettling than complete abandonment would have been. The laboratory buildings where genetic research and dinosaur care had been conducted retained sophisticated equipment that represented millions of dollars in investment, yet the rapid deterioration of environmental controls had rendered most instrumentation permanently inoperative, while creating conditions that supported biological processes very different from those that had been intended by the facility's original designers and operators. The burial sites where village personnel who had died during operational periods had been interred revealed both the human costs of genetic resurrection research and the practical challenges faced by isolated communities that lacked access to conventional funeral services and cemetery facilities, creating memorials that spoke eloquently of personal sacrifices made in service of corporate objectives that had ultimately proven unsustainable. The religious facilities that had served the spiritual needs of village residents during their isolation from conventional religious communities provided evidence of how individuals attempting to process their roles in unprecedented scientific research had sought meaning and moral guidance through traditional frameworks that had never been designed to address the ethical complexities created by genetic resurrection and the commercialization of extinct species. In the deeper regions of Isla Sorna, where the most sensitive research activities had been conducted, the ruins of specialized facilities revealed evidence of experimental programs whose existence had never been publicly acknowledged and whose objectives remained classified even decades after their abandonment, suggesting that corporate genetic research had encompassed applications and implications that exceeded anything that had been revealed through official channels or legal investigations. The Mayan ruins that predated any corporate presence on the islands by centuries provided archaeological evidence that human civilizations had established settlements in these remote locations long before modern genetic engineering had made them valuable for commercial purposes. Yet the systematic excavation and study of these sites had been abandoned when corporate priorities shifted toward more immediately profitable activities, leaving questions about pre-Columbian history permanently unanswered. The ceremonial structures and astronomical observation platforms that had been constructed by indigenous peoples demonstrated sophisticated understanding of natural cycles and cosmic relationships that had been developed without any of the technological capabilities that modern corporations considered essential for successful environmental management, suggesting that alternative approaches to human-nature relationships might have provided more sustainable foundations for coexistence with powerful natural forces. The agricultural terraces and water management systems that had supported ancient populations on the islands revealed engineering principles and ecological knowledge that had enabled sustainable human habitation without the massive infrastructure investments and environmental disruption that had characterized corporate operations, providing models for human settlement that respected natural limits, rather than attempting to transcend them through technological superiority. The burial sites and religious artifacts that had been discovered during corporate construction activities provided evidence of spiritual traditions that had developed in response to the unique environmental conditions and natural phenomena that characterized these volcanic islands. Yet the systematic documentation and preservation of such discoveries had been deemed less important than maintaining construction schedules and operational deadlines. The defensive fortifications and military installations that had been constructed during various periods of colonial occupation revealed that these islands had served strategic purposes for multiple civilizations and imperial powers, creating layers of historical significance that had been ignored or actively concealed by corporate interests, whose commercial objectives required maintaining simplified narratives about the site's value and significance. Dr. Wu's destroyed laboratories on both islands had become archaeological sites that provided evidence about the scope and sophistication of genetic engineering research that had been conducted during the height of corporate ambition. Yet the systematic destruction of equipment and documentation during evacuation procedures had ensured that crucial technical information would never be recovered by competing organizations or regulatory investigators. The cryogenic storage facilities that had preserved genetic materials and experimental specimens during active research periods had suffered catastrophic failures when power systems were abandoned, creating biological disasters whose environmental impacts would continue to develop over timeframes that exceeded any corporate planning horizons or legal liability frameworks. The secure communication centers that had maintained contact between research facilities and corporate headquarters had been designed to resist both electronic surveillance and physical intrusion, yet their abandonment had left sophisticated encryption and surveillance technologies accessible to anyone with the technical expertise and physical capability necessary to penetrate sites that had been assumed to be permanently inaccessible. The underground bunkers and emergency shelters that had been constructed to protect personnel during natural disasters or security emergencies had been stocked with supplies and equipment intended to support isolated communities for extended periods. Yet the eventual failure of these systems had created caches of valuable resources that could support unauthorized activities by individuals or organizations whose presence on the islands had never been officially acknowledged. In the deepest archives of abandonment, where corporate dreams had surrendered most completely to the inexorable advance of natural processes, the ruins stood as monuments to the temporary nature of human ambition. When measured against the vast scales of geological time and evolutionary development that had shaped the forces which corporations had sought to harness for commercial purposes, serving as warnings about the inevitable collapse that awaited any enterprise built upon the misconception that technological superiority could provide permanent dominance over principles that operated according to logic that transcended human understanding or control. In the sealed vaults where Hollywood executives and publishing houses stored the creative visions that were deemed too disturbing for public consumption, there lay scripts and treatments that revealed the true darkness, lurking beneath the surface of what the world had come to know as the Jurassic Park franchise. These discarded narratives, abandoned not for lack of creative merit, but for their unflinching exploration of themes that tested the boundaries of what audiences could psychologically endure, spoke of realities where corporate ambition and genetic hubris produced consequences that exceeded even the most pessimistic warnings of their critics. The original conception for Jurassic Park 4 developed during the early years of the 21st century, when the franchise's commercial success had convinced studio executives that audiences would embrace increasingly extreme variations on the basic premise of dinosaur. Resurrection represented perhaps the most disturbing exploration of genetic engineering's potential applications that had ever been seriously considered for mainstream entertainment. The script that emerged from this development process pushed the boundaries of science fiction into territories that bordered on cosmic horror, envisioning futures where the distinction between human and animal had been systematically erased through corporate research programs that recognized no ethical constraints. The central premise of this abandoned narrative involved the systematic hybridization of human genetic material with dinosaur DNA to create military assets that combined human intelligence with prehistoric physical capabilities, producing organisms that were neither fully human nor entirely animal, but something unprecedented and deeply unsettling. The creatures that would have populated this alternate vision of the Jurassic universe possessed cognitive abilities that enabled them to understand their own artificial nature while lacking the emotional frameworks necessary to process the implications of their existence as weapons designed to kill members of the species from which they had been partially derived. The character designs that accompanied this script development revealed beings whose physical appearance challenged every assumption about the boundaries between natural and artificial life, as human torsos were grafted onto dinosaur skeletal structures, while faces that retained recognizably human features were surrounded by reptilian skin and crowned with cranial modifications that accommodated enhanced sensory capabilities. These hybrid soldiers were designed to operate in military environments where their appearance would serve psychological warfare purposes by confronting enemy forces with adversaries whose very existence challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of life and death. The military applications that drove this script's development reflected growing recognition among defense contractors that genetic engineering offered possibilities for creating weapons systems that transcended conventional categories of military hardware, producing assets that could think and adapt while remaining absolutely loyal to their creators through genetic programming that made disobedience physically impossible. The script explored scenarios where these hybrid soldiers were deployed against human enemies who found themselves confronting adversaries whose capabilities exceeded those of any conventional military unit. The psychological horror elements that permeated the script focused not merely on the physical threat posed by these hybrid creatures, but on the existential questions raised by their existence, as characters were forced to confront the implications of technologies that could transform the fundamental nature of human identity through genetic manipulation that erased the boundaries between species and between natural birth and artificial creation. The philosophical implications of creating beings that possessed human consciousness trapped within bodies designed for warfare and killing created narrative tensions that exceeded anything the franchise had previously attempted. The corporate executives who ultimately rejected this script did so not because of technical concerns about special effects or budget limitations, but because of genuine uncertainty about whether audiences were prepared to confront entertainment that challenged such fundamental assumptions about human nature and technological ethics. The psychological impact assessments conducted by studio researchers indicated that the script's themes might produce lasting trauma among viewers who were unprepared for such direct confrontation with the implications of genetic engineering technologies. The concept artwork that accompanied the script development revealed creatures whose design philosophy emphasized functional military effectiveness over any consideration for aesthetic appeal or psychological comfort, creating beings whose appearance was calculated to maximize both combat effectiveness and psychological impact upon human adversaries. The systematic dehumanization that characterized these designs reflected the military-industrial mindset that had driven the project's development, viewing human genetic material as merely another resource to be optimized for specific tactical applications. The weapon systems that were integrated into the hybrid soldier's genetic structure included both enhanced natural capabilities and artificially implanted technologies that created cyborg organisms whose destructive potential exceeded that of conventional military hardware, while maintaining the flexibility and adaptability that characterized living systems. The fusion of biological and technological enhancement produced creatures that could operate independently while remaining connected to command and control networks that could coordinate their activities across vast operational areas. The training sequences depicted in the script revealed institutional frameworks for managing beings whose intelligence enabled them to question their purpose and origins, while their genetic programming prevented them from acting upon such doubts, creating psychological tensions that manifested in behaviors that exceeded the parameters that their designers had anticipated. The military personnel responsible for managing these hybrid assets found themselves serving as both commanders and prison guards for beings whose existence challenged every assumption about the relationship between intelligence and free will. The eventual abandonment of this script concept reflected both practical concerns about its commercial viability and deeper institutional recognition that some creative territories were too dangerous to explore through mass entertainment, as the themes and imagery that had been developed during the project's active phases had begun to influence the psychological well-being of creative personnel involved in its development. The script's exploration of dehumanization and genetic manipulation had created working environments where creative professionals found themselves confronting questions about human nature that exceeded their psychological preparation for such philosophical challenges. The vault where this script and its associated materials were eventually stored was designed with security measures that exceeded those typically employed for protecting intellectual property, reflecting institutional recognition that some creative concepts possessed capabilities for psychological influence that made them potentially dangerous if released without appropriate preparation and context. The containment protocols that governed access to these materials treated them as hazardous substances rather than mere entertainment properties. In the literary realm, where Michael Crichton's original novels had explored themes too disturbing for cinematic adaptation, the death of John Hammond represented perhaps the most visceral example of how genetic resurrection's consequences could manifest in ways that transcended simple predatory violence to encompass systematic torture that revealed the inherent cruelty embedded within natural selection processes that had shaped predatory behavior over millions of years of evolutionary development. The novel's depiction of Hammond's final hours transformed the grandfatherly entrepreneur of the films into a figure whose corporate ambitions and personal arrogance had earned him a fate that seemed designed by cosmic justice to provide appropriate punishment for the hubris that had driven his resurrection of forces that were better left undisturbed in the amber tombs where time had placed them. His character's systematic stripping of every positive quality that had characterized his cinematic portrayal revealed him as a man whose obsession with profit and control had corrupted every human relationship and moral consideration that might have restrained his pursuit of genetic dominance. The Compsognathus pack that ultimately claimed Hammond's life were not merely small scavengers opportunistically feeding upon an injured human. but representatives of predatory strategies that had been refined through millions of years of evolutionary pressure to maximize the suffering of prey. Species, through systematic application of paralytic venom and coordinated feeding behaviors that prolonged the dying process while ensuring that no nutritional value was wasted through premature death or inefficient consumption. The venom delivery system that characterized Compsognathus hunting behavior in Crichton's original vision represented one of nature's most efficient designs for converting living prey into easily consumable nutrition through biological processes that began with paralysis that prevented escape while maintaining consciousness that ensured the victim remained aware of every stage of consumption that followed. The neurological effects of the venom created states of complete physical helplessness, combined with heightened sensory awareness that intensified rather than diminished the psychological trauma of predation. Hammond's gradual recognition of his situation as the venom took effect provided him with time to contemplate the relationship between his corporate crimes and the natural justice that was claiming him. As his body's systematic shutdown was accompanied by mental clarity that enabled him to understand the poetic appropriateness of being consumed alive by creatures whose resurrection he had funded and whose behavior he had never truly comprehended. Despite decades of research and observation, the feeding behavior that followed Hammond's complete paralysis revealed predatory strategies that had evolved to maximize efficiency rather than minimize suffering. As the Compsognathus pack systematically consumed their still-living prey according to anatomical priorities that ensured survival of vital organs until the final stages of the process. The creature's systematic approach to consumption reflected millions of years of evolutionary refinement that had produced feeding behaviors optimized for nutritional extraction rather than any consideration for the psychological welfare of prey species. The detailed documentation of this death scene in Crichton's original manuscript included physiological and psychological elements that were deemed too disturbing for inclusion in published versions, revealing the author's research into neurological responses to prolonged trauma and the biological mechanisms that enabled consciousness to persist during systematic bodily consumption. The scientific accuracy that characterized this depiction made it more horrifying than any fictional exaggeration could have achieved. Dr. Henry Wu's original death in the novel represented another example of how Crichton's vision encompassed levels of violence that exceeded what audiences were prepared to confront. As the brilliant geneticist who had made dinosaur resurrection possible found himself confronting the intellectual capabilities and hunting strategies of creatures whose intelligence he had underestimated despite his intimate involvement in their creation and development. The velociraptor attack that claimed Wu's life was not a simple predatory incident, but a systematic demonstration of problem-solving abilities that exceeded human expectations about dinosaur intelligence, as the creatures employed coordinated strategies that revealed understanding of human psychology and architectural vulnerabilities that they had acquired through careful observation of facility operations and personnel behavior patterns. Wu's final moments provided him with direct experience of the cognitive capabilities that his genetic modifications had enhanced beyond their natural parameters, as he recognized that the raptors hunting him were not acting on instinct alone, but were implementing sophisticated tactical plans that indicated intelligence levels that his research had never officially acknowledged or documented. His realization that he had created beings whose mental capabilities exceeded his ability to predict or control their behavior added psychological horror to the physical trauma of predatory attack. The systematic dismemberment that followed Wu's capture revealed hunting behaviors that combined natural predatory instincts with enhanced intelligence that enabled the raptors to maximize both the nutritional value of their kill and the psychological impact upon any human witnesses who might observe the aftermath. The precision with which they separated anatomical structures demonstrated understanding of human physiology that exceeded anything that natural evolution would have produced. The consumption process that concluded Wu's death was conducted with methodical efficiency that revealed the raptor's ability to distinguish between different tissue types and nutritional values as they systematically harvested organs and muscle groups according to priorities that reflected both instinctive knowledge and learned understanding of optimal feeding strategies for maximizing energy extraction from human prey. Robert Muldoon's survival in various script versions represented one of the most significant departures from final theatrical releases, as the character who embodied professional competence and tactical understanding of dinosaur threats was originally intended to demonstrate that human expertise and preparation could indeed provide advantages in confrontations with resurrected predators, when such expertise was applied with appropriate respect for the capabilities of prehistoric hunting strategies. The alternate versions of Muldoon's encounter with the velociraptors revealed scenarios where his military training and understanding of predatory behavior enabled him to anticipate and counter the raptors' hunting strategies through tactical responses that exploited the creatures' confidence in their intellectual superiority over human prey. His survival was achieved not through superior firepower or technological advantages, but through systematic application of military doctrine, adapted for confronting adversaries whose capabilities exceeded those of conventional enemies. Muldoon's escape from Isla Nublar in these alternate versions involved exploitation of raptor pack dynamics and territorial behaviors that revealed weaknesses in their seemingly perfect hunting coordination, as individual raptors' desires for dominance within their social hierarchy could be manipulated by humans who understood the psychological pressures that governed prehistoric social structures. His tactical use of these behavioral insights demonstrated that human intelligence could indeed overcome dinosaur capabilities when applied with sufficient understanding and preparation. The subsequent cover-up of Muldoon's survival reflected corporate interests in maintaining simplified narratives about the Jurassic Park incident that avoided acknowledging the extent to which proper preparation and expert knowledge could have prevented many of the casualties that characterized the park's collapse. His survival would have raised uncomfortable questions about corporate negligence and inadequate safety protocols that legal departments preferred to leave unexamined. The napalm bombing scenario that was planned but never executed represented government recognition that the dinosaur populations on Isla Nublar posed existential threats that exceeded the capabilities of conventional wildlife management or corporate containment strategies, requiring military responses that would permanently eliminate any possibility of dinosaur escape or reproduction that might threaten mainland ecosystems or human populations. The planning documents for this operation revealed military assessment that dinosaur intelligence and capabilities had been systematically underestimated by corporate personnel whose commercial interests had prevented them from acknowledging the true scope of the threats that their resurrection project had created. The bombing mission was designed to ensure complete elimination of all organic matter on the island through systematic application of incendiary weapons that would create temperatures sufficient to destroy even the most heat-resistant biological materials. The political considerations that ultimately prevented execution of the bombing mission reflected governmental concerns about international law and environmental protection treaties that prohibited military attacks against territories that had not been officially declared hostile, while corporate lobbying efforts emphasized the commercial value of preserving dinosaur populations for future research and potential exhibition purposes. The ecological assessments that accompanied bombing preparations revealed that complete sterilization of Isla Nublar would have required destruction of native ecosystems that had developed over thousands of years, creating environmental damage that would have exceeded even the risks posed by escaped dinosaur populations. The recognition that military solutions might cause more environmental harm than the problems they were intended to solve created policy paralysis that enabled dinosaur populations to establish themselves permanently. The Lost World's multiple alternate endings revealed the extent to which creative teams had struggled to find satisfactory resolutions to narrative challenges created by the film's exploration of themes that resisted conventional, dramatic closure, as the fundamental conflicts between human civilization and prehistoric life could not be resolved through simple victory of one side over the other, without ignoring the broader implications of genetic resurrection for future human-dinosaur relationships. The funeral scene for John Hammond that was ultimately deleted from the theatrical release would have provided closure for the character whose vision had initiated the entire franchise, while also serving as a memorial for the victims of corporate ambition and genetic hubris that had characterized every aspect of the dinosaur resurrection program. The eulogies that were written for this scene explored themes of responsibility and consequence that exceeded what audiences were expected to contemplate during summer entertainment experiences. The Ian Malcolm speech that accompanied Hammond's funeral addressed philosophical questions about humanity's role in directing evolutionary processes and the moral obligations that accompanied technological capabilities for creating and destroying life, providing intellectual framework for understanding the broader implications of genetic engineering that extended far beyond the immediate entertainment value of dinosaur encounters. Nick Van Owen's disappearance from official records following the Lost World incident reflected both his personal desire to avoid legal consequences for his environmental activism and institutional efforts to minimize evidence of the plot systematic corporate crimes that had enabled the San Diego incident and its aftermath. His complete erasure from documentation suggested either voluntary entry into witness protection programs or more sinister interventions by interests that required his silence about activities that exceeded public knowledge about corporate genetic research. The terrorist connections that were attributed to Van Owen in deleted scenes and alternate scripts provided explanations for his sophisticated knowledge of environmental sabotage techniques and his access to equipment and resources that exceeded what would normally be available to freelance photographers and activist organizations. These connections suggested involvement with international networks that opposed corporate exploitation of natural resources through methods that included systematic destruction of research facilities and elimination of personnel involved in environmentally destructive projects. The systematic elimination of evidence regarding Van Owen's background and activities following the Lost World incident created information gaps that fueled speculation about governmental and corporate cover-ups that extended far beyond simple damage control for public relations purposes, encompassing potential connections to intelligence agencies and international organizations whose operations required absolute secrecy about methods and objectives that might not be compatible with democratic oversight or legal constraints. In the deepest vaults of discarded creativity, where the most disturbing explorations of genetic engineering's implications waited to be either rediscovered or permanently forgotten, these abandoned scripts and deleted scenes served as warnings about the psychological territories that mass entertainment could explore when corporate ambition overcame ethical restraint, creating narratives that challenged audiences' fundamental assumptions about human nature and technological progress, while revealing truths about corporate power and genetic manipulation that were too dangerous for widespread distribution through conventional entertainment channels. In the sterile laboratories where humanity's most ambitious experiments in resurrection were conducted behind walls of corporate secrecy and scientific hubris, there festered genetic flaws, so fundamental and horrifying that they challenged every assumption about the viability of artificial life created through technological intervention in evolutionary processes. These were not mere technical imperfections that could be corrected through improved methodology or enhanced understanding, but systemic failures embedded within the very conceptual framework that had guided corporate genetic engineering from its earliest theoretical stages to its most advanced practical applications. The lysine contingency that Dr. Henry Wu had developed as humanity's ultimate safeguard against uncontrolled dinosaur reproduction represented perhaps the most elegant example of scientific arrogance transformed into systematic torture, as every creature brought back from extinction carried within its genetic structure a built-in death sentence that would manifest itself through slow starvation at the cellular level. This artificial dependency, designed to ensure permanent human control over resurrected species, condemned every dinosaur to an existence where survival depended upon receiving supplements that their bodies could not produce naturally, creating populations of creatures who were simultaneously miraculous achievements and walking demonstrations of humanity's willingness to inflict suffering for the sake of maintaining dominance. The biochemical mechanisms that governed lysine deficiency operated with the inexorable logic of programmed cell death, as dinosaur bodies slowly consumed their own tissues in desperate attempts to maintain basic metabolic functions, when deprived of the essential amino acid that Wu's genetic modifications had rendered impossible for them to synthesize independently. The process was designed to be gradual and superficially peaceful, allowing creatures to slip into comas before death claimed them. Yet the physiological reality involved systematic breakdown of organ systems and neurological functions that created internal experiences of profound discomfort and confusion. The wild plant sources that dinosaurs eventually discovered could provide limited lysine supplementation, represented nature's partial victory over corporate control mechanisms. Yet these botanical alternatives could never fully compensate for the genetic deficiencies that had been deliberately engineered into every resurrected genome. The creatures that survived through consumption of lysine-rich vegetation remained perpetually vulnerable to dietary insufficiencies that could trigger the very symptoms that the contingency had been designed to produce, creating populations whose apparent health masked underlying biological instabilities that could manifest without warning. The carnivorous dinosaurs that obtained lysine through consumption of herbivorous species created food webs, where the artificial dependency spread through entire ecosystems, as predators inadvertently inherited the same nutritional vulnerabilities that had been engineered into their prey, while remaining unaware that their survival depended upon hunting strategies that prioritized specific tissue consumption over conventional feeding behaviors. The systemic nature of this genetic manipulation ensured that no creature within the artificial ecosystem could achieve true independence from human intervention. The long-term implications of lysine deficiency extended beyond immediate survival concerns to encompass reproductive success and genetic stability. As creatures whose cellular functions were compromised by artificial nutritional dependencies produced offspring, whose development was affected by maternal malnutrition and paternal genetic instabilities that accumulated across generations of artificially maintained populations. The seemingly successful breeding programs that corporate reports documented masked underlying trends toward genetic degradation that would eventually render reproduction impossible. Without increasingly sophisticated medical intervention, the research that Wu had conducted on miniature elephants during the early phases of genetic resurrection technology revealed that the fundamental problems affecting dinosaur populations had been recognized and documented years before. Corporate executives decided to proceed with large-scale cloning operations, yet the commercial pressures that drove corporate decision-making had prevented adequate investigation of solutions or alternatives that might have addressed these systemic biological failures. The miniature elephant specimens that had served as proof of concept for genetic resurrection technology demonstrated every flaw that would later characterize dinosaur populations, exhibiting aggressive behaviors that exceeded those of their full-sized relatives, while displaying immune system deficiencies that made them vulnerable to diseases that normal elephants could resist without difficulty. These creatures, small enough to be held in human hands, yet possessing the territorial instincts and emotional complexity of their natural ancestors, served as concentrated examples of how genetic modification could amplify both positive and negative characteristics in ways that their creators had never anticipated. The chronic respiratory infections that affected the miniature elephants reflected immune system compromises that appeared to be inherent consequences of the genetic engineering process itself, as artificial reconstruction of ancient genomes consistently produced organisms whose biological systems lacked the resilience that millions of years of natural selection had provided to their unmodified ancestors. The constant medical attention that these experimental subjects required demonstrated that genetic resurrection produced creatures whose survival depended upon continuous technological support rather than biological independence. The hyper-aggressive behaviors that characterized the miniature elephant specimens suggested that genetic modifications affected neurological development in ways that extended far beyond simple size reduction, creating creatures whose psychological responses to environmental stimuli were inappropriate for their physical capabilities and social situations. The systematic documentation of these behavioral abnormalities should have served as warnings about the potential psychological instabilities that might affect larger and more dangerous genetically modified organisms. The premature deaths that claimed most miniature elephant specimens, despite intensive medical care, revealed that genetic engineering consistently produced organisms whose cellular functions were fundamentally unstable. As artificial genetic sequences failed to provide the regulatory mechanisms that natural genomes had developed through evolutionary processes that tested every biological system under conditions that laboratory environments could never replicate. In the dinosaur populations that Wu's more advanced techniques eventually produced, these same fundamental instabilities manifested themselves through symptoms that were carefully concealed from public awareness, yet systematically documented in classified medical files that revealed the true scope of the biological disasters that genetic resurrection had unleashed upon the world. Every creature that appeared healthy and robust in promotional materials suffered from underlying physiological problems that ranged from chronic pain to progressive organ failure, creating populations of resurrected animals whose existence was characterized by forms of suffering that no natural evolutionary process had ever inflicted upon living beings. The Triceratops that guests observed during Jurassic Park's brief operational period exhibited classic symptoms of genetic instability syndrome, as the creature's inability to properly digest vegetation that should have provided optimal nutrition for its species reflected digestive system modifications that had disrupted millions of years of evolutionary adaptation to specific dietary requirements. The animal's listless behavior and obvious discomfort were attributed to temporary illness rather than systemic genetic problems that would have made recovery impossible, regardless of veterinary intervention. The chronic mucus production that affected the velociraptors during their kitchen encounter with the Murphy children represented another manifestation of immune system dysfunction, as their respiratory systems struggled to process atmospheric conditions that differed subtly but significantly from those that had characterized the Cretaceous environments in which their species had originally evolved. The creature's apparent difficulty in detecting human scents, despite their enhanced olfactory capabilities, reflected neurological processing problems that compromised their natural hunting advantages while creating additional stress that exacerbated their behavioral instabilities. Rexy's persistent nasal discharge during her confrontation with Dr. Grant demonstrated that even the most impressive specimens suffered from respiratory problems that indicated systemic health issues extending far beyond simple environmental adaptation challenges, as her massive cardiovascular system struggled to support metabolic processes that had been disrupted by genetic modifications that created incompatibilities between different organ systems within the same organism. The Brachiosaurus populations that provided such memorable encounters for Jurassic Park's visitors suffered from chronic respiratory infections that reflected the fundamental impossibility of supporting such massive body structures with artificially reconstructed physiological systems that lacked the precise regulatory mechanisms that natural evolution had required millions of years to develop and refine. The creature's labored breathing and obvious fatigue during even minimal physical exertion indicated cardiovascular problems that would have proven fatal within months of their creation. Without continuous medical intervention, the Parasaurolophus herds that created such haunting musical displays through their distinctive crest vocalizations were compensating for inner ear problems that affected their balance and spatial orientation, as genetic modifications had disrupted the precise anatomical relationships that enabled these creatures to coordinate their complex social behaviors and maintain stable herd structures during migration and feeding activities. The systematic documentation of genetic health problems across all resurrected species revealed patterns of cellular dysfunction that suggested fundamental incompatibilities between ancient genetic sequences and the modern atmospheric and environmental conditions in which these creatures were forced to live, creating biological stresses that their artificially reconstructed physiology could not adequately address or compensate for through natural adaptation processes. The asymmetrical growth patterns that characterized many cloned specimens reflected genetic instabilities that affected cellular division and developmental regulation, producing organisms whose physical structures deviated from natural patterns in ways that created both aesthetic abnormalities and functional disabilities that compromised their ability to perform basic life activities that their species had evolved to accomplish with elegant efficiency. Bumpy the Ankylosaurus exemplified these developmental problems through cranial asymmetry that affected both her appearance and her neurological function, as the uneven bone growth that gave her such a distinctive and endearing appearance was actually a symptom of genetic regulatory failures that would have prevented her survival in natural environments where precise coordination and sensory processing were essential for avoiding predation and locating adequate nutrition. The Scorpius rex specimens that were created during Wu's most ambitious experimental phases represented the ultimate expression of genetic instability, as their hybrid nature combined incompatible physiological systems that created constant internal conflicts between competing biological processes that had never been tested by natural selection pressures. These creatures existed in states of continuous physiological stress that manifested through behavioral patterns that exceeded even the most aggressive natural predators in their apparent malevolence and unpredictability. The reproductive failures that affected hybrid specimens reflected genetic incompatibilities that made successful breeding impossible without technological intervention that exceeded anything available during the creature's intended lifespans, as the cellular mechanisms required for producing viable gametes had been disrupted by the very genetic modifications that had enabled their original creation. The apparent success of early breeding programs masked underlying fertility problems that would have rendered natural population maintenance impossible over timeframes measured in decades rather than years. The accelerated aging processes that characterized many genetically modified dinosaurs reflected cellular metabolism problems that caused their biological systems to consume themselves at rates that far exceeded those observed in natural organisms of comparable size and activity levels, creating creatures whose apparent vigor and health concealed underlying physiological processes that were steadily destroying their own life support systems through mechanisms that no medical intervention could prevent or reverse. The neurological instabilities that affected creature behavior and learning capacity reflected brain development problems caused by genetic modifications that had disrupted the precise regulatory mechanisms governing neural network formation and neurotransmitter production, creating organisms whose intelligence and behavioral responses were simultaneously enhanced beyond natural parameters and compromised by inconsistencies that made their actions unpredictable, even to researchers who had studied them since birth. The immune system compromises that made genetically modified dinosaurs vulnerable to diseases that would never have affected their natural ancestors reflected the fundamental impossibility of artificially reconstructing the complex biological relationships that had enabled these species to survive and thrive during their original evolutionary history. As modern pathogens encountered biological systems that lacked the defensive capabilities that millions of years of pathogen exposure had developed through natural selection processes. The chronic pain conditions that affected virtually all genetically modified specimens were caused by inflammatory responses that resulted from genetic modifications that had disrupted the precise biochemical balances required for normal tissue maintenance and repair, creating creatures whose existence was characterized by constant discomfort that they could neither understand nor communicate to their human caretakers, who remained unaware of the suffering that their technological achievements had inflicted upon artificially resurrected life forms. The progressive organ failure that eventually claimed most genetically modified dinosaurs, despite intensive veterinary care, reflected fundamental design flaws in artificial genetic sequences that had been constructed without adequate understanding of the complex interdependencies that characterized natural biological systems, as organs that functioned adequately in isolation failed catastrophically when required to coordinate their activities with other artificially modified systems within the same organism. The psychological trauma that affected creatures who possessed sufficient intelligence to recognize their own biological abnormalities created behavioral problems that exceeded anything that natural evolutionary processes had ever produced. As self-aware organisms struggled to comprehend their existence as artificial beings whose suffering served no biological purpose and provided no evolutionary advantages that might justify the physical and emotional costs of their genetically compromised existence. The Lost World's population collapse that Michael Crichton had envisioned for his sequel reflected his understanding that genetic instabilities would eventually overwhelm any artificial ecosystem built upon fundamentally flawed biological foundations. As creatures whose physiological systems had been compromised by genetic engineering would inevitably succumb to diseases and system failures that natural populations would have survived through evolutionary adaptations that artificial genomes could never replicate or replace. The prion diseases that affected neural tissue in genetically modified organisms represented perhaps the most insidious consequence of genetic engineering, as misfolded proteins created during artificial genetic expression spread through nervous systems and caused progressive neurological deterioration that began with subtle behavioral changes and culminated in complete system collapse that no medical intervention could prevent or delay. the autoimmune disorders that developed when artificially reconstructed immune systems began attacking healthy tissues reflected the fundamental confusion that characterized biological systems that had been assembled from genetic components that had never been tested together through natural selection processes, creating organisms whose own defensive mechanisms became sources of systematic self-destruction that accelerated rather than prevented the biological failures that genetic instabilities had made inevitable. The mitochondrial dysfunction that affected cellular energy production in genetically modified organisms reflected incompatibilities between nuclear genetic modifications and the ancient bacterial symbionts that powered cellular metabolism, creating energy production failures that starved tissues of the biochemical resources they required for maintaining basic life functions, while simultaneously producing toxic metabolic byproducts that accelerated tissue damage and organ failure. In the deepest archives of genetic engineering research, where the most disturbing documentation of systematic biological failure was preserved for future researchers who might possess the wisdom to learn from humanity's early mistakes in attempting to resurrect extinct life forms, the records revealed that every apparent success in genetic modification had been built upon foundations of suffering and instability that corporate public relations departments had systematically concealed from public awareness, while continuing to pursue increasingly ambitious projects that amplified rather than resolved the fundamental problems that made artificial life inherently unsustainable. In the shadowed corridors where corporate security departments maintained files on individuals whose very existence posed threats to carefully constructed narratives about genetic resurrection and corporate responsibility, there accumulated dossiers on missing persons, whose disappearances reflected not random tragedies or voluntary departures, but systematic elimination of witnesses, whistleblowers, and inconvenient survivors, whose testimonies might have exposed the full scope of institutional failures that had characterized every phase of dinosaur-related operations, from their earliest conception to their most recent manifestations. The most troubling of these cases was the complete vanishing of Nick Van Owen from all official records following his participation in the Lost World expedition. As the environmental photographer, whose activism had contributed directly to the San Diego incident, found himself transformed from public figure to non-person through processes that suggested coordination between corporate interests and governmental agencies whose oversight responsibilities had been compromised by financial relationships and political pressures that transcended normal regulatory frameworks. Van Owen's systematic erasure from documentation began within hours of his return from Isla Sorna, as employment records, educational transcripts, and even birth certificates were altered or destroyed through methods that indicated access to government databases and institutional archives that should have been protected by multiple layers of security and legal oversight. The thoroughness of this documentary cleansing reflected capabilities that exceeded those normally available to corporate public relations departments, suggesting involvement by intelligence agencies whose operations required absolute secrecy about methods and objectives. The final photographs that Van Owen had transmitted from Isla Sorna contained evidence that extended far beyond the dinosaur encounters that had been publicly acknowledged, including documentation of military equipment and personnel whose presence on the island had never been officially confirmed or explained through channels that were accessible to congressional oversight or journalistic investigation. These images revealed corporate military cooperation that encompassed weapons testing and tactical development programs whose existence contradicted official statements about the purely commercial nature of genetic engineering research. The terrorist connections that government officials had privately attributed to Van Owen provided convenient justification for surveillance and harassment that had begun long before his involvement with InGen operations. As his environmental activism had brought him to the attention of domestic security agencies, whose definitions of terrorist activity encompassed peaceful protest and documentary photography that exposed corporate environmental crimes, governmental regulatory failures. The network of safe houses and communication systems that had supported Van Owen's underground activities during his final months reflected the existence of organized resistance movements that viewed corporate genetic engineering as existential threats to environmental stability and human autonomy, requiring responses that transcended conventional political processes and legal remedies that had proven inadequate for addressing technologies whose implications extended far beyond traditional categories of regulatory oversight. The last confirmed sighting of Van Owen occurred at a remote airstrip in Central America, where witnesses reported his departure aboard an aircraft whose registration numbers led to shell companies with connections to intelligence agencies and military contractors whose operations in the region had never been officially acknowledged or subjected to congressional oversight that might have revealed the true scope of their activities and objectives. The search efforts that were conducted by environmental groups and investigative journalists encountered systematic obstruction from both corporate and governmental sources, as access to relevant documentation was denied through national security classifications, while potential witnesses refused to cooperate due to concerns about personal safety that proved to be well-founded when several individuals who had provided information about Van Owen's activities subsequently disappeared under circumstances that suggested professional elimination rather than random violence. The memorial services that were conducted by environmental organizations to honor Van Owen's contributions to ecological protection and corporate accountability were infiltrated by surveillance personnel whose presence was detected through security measures that revealed the extent to which peaceful political activities were being monitored and documented by agencies whose authority to conduct domestic surveillance remained classified and beyond the reach of normal judicial oversight. The gatekeeper whose death during Velociraptor transport operations had triggered the legal crisis that ultimately led to Jurassic Park's closure represented another category of disappeared person, as corporate damage control efforts had systematically eliminated all evidence of his identity, employment history, and family connections, in order to prevent wrongful death lawsuits that might have exposed the inadequate safety protocols and negligent management practices that had made such casualties inevitable. The worker whose death had been officially attributed to equipment failure rather than predator attack had possessed extensive experience with dangerous wildlife management and had repeatedly filed safety reports that documented his payments, concerns about inadequate containment measures, and insufficient personnel training for managing creatures whose intelligence and capabilities exceeded anything that conventional animal handling protocols had been designed to address. The family members who had attempted to pursue legal action following the gatekeeper's death encountered systematic obstruction through legal maneuvers that exhausted their financial resources while preventing discovery of corporate documents that would have revealed the true scope of safety. Violations and management negligence that had characterized Jurassic Park's operational procedures from its earliest planning stages through its catastrophic collapse. The attorneys who had initially agreed to represent the victim's family found themselves subject to professional harassment and financial pressure that forced their withdrawal from the case, while subsequent legal representation was prevented through conflicts of interest that had been systematically created through corporate retention of law firms throughout the relevant jurisdictions. The investigative journalists who had attempted to document the circumstances surrounding the gatekeeper's death were denied access to official records while being subjected to personal attacks and professional sabotage that destroyed their credibility and eliminated their ability to pursue the story through conventional media channels that had proven vulnerable to corporate influence and governmental pressure. Billy Yoda's survival story from the planned napalm bombing of Isla Nublar provided evidence of military operations that had been officially denied by all relevant agencies. Yet his testimony about government plans to eliminate all evidence of genetic engineering disasters through systematic destruction of entire ecosystems revealed the extent to which official responses to corporate failures had prioritized concealment over accountability or environmental protection. The classified debriefings that Yoda had undergone following his evacuation from Isla Nublar included interrogation techniques that exceeded normal military protocols, as intelligence agencies sought to ensure his silence about operations whose existence could not be officially acknowledged without creating diplomatic incidents and domestic political crises that would have required explanations about governmental complicity in corporate crimes. The non-disclosure agreements that bound Yoda to lifelong silence about his experiences were backed by legal penalties that exceeded normal commercial confidentiality provisions, including criminal sanctions and asset forfeiture procedures that effectively guaranteed his cooperation, regardless of his personal convictions about the public's right to know about governmental planning for environmental destruction and population elimination. The psychological counseling that was provided to help Yoda process his traumatic experiences was conducted by therapists whose security clearances and institutional affiliations created conflicts of interest that prevented them from providing genuine therapeutic support while ensuring that any information he revealed during treatment would be documented and analyzed by intelligence agencies whose objectives did not include his psychological well-being or recovery. The pension and medical benefits that were provided to secure Yoda's continuing cooperation included provisions for family members whose welfare depended upon his maintenance of absolute silence about events that he had witnessed, creating hostage situations that ensured compliance through threats against individuals who had never been involved in military operations or government service. Eric Kirby's theoretical employment at Jurassic World represented one of the most troubling examples of how corporate human resources departments had systematically recruited individuals whose previous experiences with dinosaur encounters provided them with knowledge and capabilities that could be exploited for commercial purposes, while ensuring their silence about the true dangers associated with genetic engineering projects and creature management operations. The background investigations that would have preceded Kirby's hypothetical employment revealed surveillance files that had been maintained on him since his childhood survival experience on Isla Sorna, documenting his psychological development and educational progress in ways that indicated long-term planning for eventual recruitment into corporate operations that required personnel with specific experience profiles and demonstrated psychological resilience. The specialized training programs that would have prepared Kirby for employment in high-risk dinosaur management positions were designed to exploit the trauma bonding and survival instincts that had been developed during his original experience while preventing him from developing critical perspectives about corporate policies and management practices that created the dangerous conditions he would be expected to navigate. The financial incentives and career advancement opportunities that were offered to individuals with survival experience created dependencies that made it difficult for them to leave corporate employment or speak publicly about workplace conditions and safety violations that they witnessed during their duties as their specialized knowledge made them unemployable in conventional industries, while their corporate employers possessed sufficient leverage to destroy their professional reputations if they became uncooperative. The psychological monitoring that was conducted to ensure the continued reliability of employees with traumatic backgrounds included medical and psychiatric evaluations that were designed more to identify potential security risks than to provide genuine healthcare, creating environments where seeking mental health treatment could be interpreted as evidence of disloyalty or instability that justified termination or more severe disciplinary measures. The Delgado family, whose recreational boating had brought them into contact with escaped mosasaur, represented another category of disappeared persons, as corporate damage control efforts had involved not merely financial settlements and legal agreements, but systematic relocation and identity changes that ensured their silence about experiences that contradicted official statements about the containment and monitoring of marine reptile populations. Teresa Delgado's survival of the mosasaur attack had been complicated by her possession of photographic evidence that documented the creature's size and behavior in ways that exceeded official estimates of its capabilities, territorial range, creating legal liabilities for multiple corporate and governmental entities whose oversight responsibilities had been compromised by regulatory capture and financial relationships that prevented adequate public protection. The medical treatment that was provided to address Teresa's injuries from the mosasaur encounter included psychological counseling that was designed to modify her memories of the event through techniques that bordered on experimental mind control, as corporate psychological services sought to prevent her from providing credible testimony about experiences that would have exposed the inadequacy of monitoring and containment systems. The relocation assistance that was provided to help the Delgado family establish new lives away from areas where they might encounter investigators or journalists was accompanied by employment opportunities and educational support that created financial dependencies while ensuring their continued cooperation with corporate secrecy requirements and governmental security protocols. The new identities that were provided to family members included documentation that was sophisticated enough to withstand routine background investigations while creating audit trails that could be monitored by security agencies whose surveillance capabilities ensured detection of any attempts to resume contact with previous communities or disclose information about their experiences. Brooklyn's fake death and subsequent underground investigation revealed the existence of corporate assassination programs that were designed to eliminate witnesses and whistleblowers whose testimonies might expose the full scope of genetic engineering disasters and their cover-ups, while also demonstrating the sophisticated counter-surveillance and security capabilities that were required for survival in environments where corporate interests possessed resources and authority that exceeded those of most government agencies. The attack that was intended to eliminate Brooklyn had been conducted with professional expertise that indicated military or intelligence agency involvement, as the methods employed exceeded the capabilities of normal corporate security, while the timing and location suggested access to surveillance information that could only have been obtained through cooperation between multiple agencies, whose coordination violated numerous legal restrictions on domestic intelligence operations. The medical treatment that enabled Brooklyn's survival despite severe injuries was provided through underground networks that operated outside official healthcare systems, as conventional medical facilities were subject to surveillance and reporting requirements that would have exposed her survival to the same agencies that had ordered her elimination. creating parallel healthcare systems that served individuals whose continued existence was incompatible with corporate or governmental security requirements. The false identity documentation that supported Brooklyn's underground activities was created through techniques that indicated access to government printing and data systems, suggesting that resistance movements had developed capabilities for identity fraud that exceeded those normally available to criminal organizations, while remaining undetected by security agencies whose counterintelligence capabilities were presumably sophisticated enough to prevent such penetration. The investigative network that supported Brooklyn's expose efforts encompassed journalists, scientists, and security personnel whose cooperation required coordination through communication systems that could evade surveillance by agencies whose monitoring capabilities included real-time analysis of electronic communications and ARTs, sophisticated pattern recognition software that could identify suspicious activity through metadata analysis rather than content examination. The safe houses and operational bases that enabled Brooklyn's continuing survival were maintained through funding sources that included both legitimate donations from environmental organizations and less conventional revenue streams that reflected the criminal activities that had become necessary for financing resistance operations against corporate interests, whose financial resources and legal protections exceeded those available to conventional political movements. The equipment and technical capabilities that enabled Brooklyn to conduct sophisticated surveillance and documentation of corporate activities reflected access to military-grade technology and intelligence gathering systems that suggested either theft from government agencies or cooperation with intelligence personnel whose loyalty to institutional objectives had been compromised by recognition of the threats that corporate genetic engineering posed to national security and environmental stability. The international network of contacts that provided Brooklyn with information about global genetic engineering activities encompassed scientists, journalists, and security personnel whose cooperation created communication systems that transcended national boundaries while evading surveillance by intelligence agencies whose monitoring capabilities were constrained by legal restrictions on PACE's international operations and coordination between competing national interests. In the deeper archives of corporate disappearances, where the most sensitive cases were documented in files that were accessible only to security personnel, whose loyalty had been tested through participation in the elimination operations themselves, the records revealed that systematic murder of witnesses and whistleblowers had become standard operating procedure for genetic engineering corporations whose survival depended upon maintaining absolute secrecy about research programs, and operational disasters whose exposure would have triggered regulatory responses that would have eliminated their ability to continue pursuing technologies whose commercial potential required acceptance of human casualties that normal business operations would never have tolerated. The cleaning crews and maintenance personnel who had witnessed aftermath of dinosaur attacks during facility operations had been eliminated through methods that ranged from industrial accidents to medical procedures that created conditions resembling natural death, as corporate security determined that their testimony about working conditions and safety violations posed unacceptable risks to operational security and legal liability management that required absolute prevention of information, disclosure through any channel that might reach regulatory agencies, or judicial proceedings. The families of disappeared workers who had attempted to investigate the circumstances of their relatives' deaths had been systematically discouraged through harassment campaigns that escalated to physical threats and property destruction when financial incentives and legal pressure proved insufficient to ensure their silence about employment conditions and workplace safety that violated numerous federal regulations and international human rights standards that corporate operations had been specifically designed to circumvent through location in jurisdictions with compromised regulatory oversight and corrupted legal systems. In the shadowed realm where devoted fans and amateur theorists weaved elaborate tapestries of connection from fragments of evidence scattered across decades of cinematic storytelling, there emerged speculative narratives that challenged the boundaries between documented canon and inspired interpretation, creating mythologies that sometimes achieved greater coherence than the official timelines they sought to illuminate. These theoretical connections, born from obsessive attention to detail and deep familiarity with every aspect of the franchise's evolution, revealed patterns that their creators believed exposed hidden truths about character relationships and narrative continuities that had been deliberately concealed or inadvertently obscured by corporate marketing strategies and creative compromises. The most persistent and emotionally resonant of these theoretical constructions centered upon the possibility that Owen Grady, the velociraptor trainer, whose expertise had proved crucial during the Jurassic World crisis, was in fact the same individual who had appeared as a young boy feeding a triceratops during the original Jurassic Park's promotional materials and early scenes. This connection, while lacking definitive documentary support, possessed sufficient circumstantial plausibility to have captured the imagination of fans who found deep satisfaction in the narrative symmetry that such a revelation would provide to the franchise's generational themes. The temporal mathematics that supported this theory aligned with sufficient precision to make the connection theoretically possible, as the young boy's apparent age during the 1993 Jurassic Park incident would have positioned him to reach appropriate adult maturity during the time frame when Owen's military service and subsequent dinosaur training career would have developed. The psychological profile that such a childhood experience would have created could indeed explain the unique combination of fascination and respect for dinosaurs that characterized Owen's approach to creature management and his willingness to pursue dangerous work in environments where most individuals would have been paralyzed by fear or traumatized by previous encounters. The motivational framework that such a connection would provide offered compelling explanations for Owen's career trajectory and professional specialization. As an individual whose childhood had been shaped by direct exposure to living dinosaurs, would possess both the psychological foundation and emotional investment necessary to dedicate his adult life to understanding and working with creatures that remained fundamentally alien to human experience. The childhood wonder and terror that would have resulted from such an encounter could have established lifelong patterns of thought and behavior that would eventually manifest as professional expertise in dinosaur psychology and behavioral management. The military service that preceded Owen's civilian employment with InGen represented another element that supported theoretical connections between the adult trainer and various background characters who had appeared during earlier franchise installments, particularly among the Marine personnel who had been deployed to Isla Sorna during the Jurassic Park 3 rescue operations. The timeline of military involvement in dinosaur-related incidents created opportunities for individuals to have gained experience and knowledge that would have made them valuable recruits for subsequent corporate operations, requiring specialized expertise in handling dangerous prehistoric species. The collaboration between Owen and Vic Hoskins during the development of the IBRIS program provided additional circumstantial support for theories about previous military connections, as their professional relationship displayed familiarity and mutual respect that suggested shared experiences extending beyond their official corporate employment. The ease with which they communicated about tactical applications of dinosaur capabilities indicated common backgrounds in military operations and strategic thinking that would have been difficult to develop through purely civilian interactions. The psychological resilience that Owen demonstrated during extreme stress situations reflected training and conditioning that exceeded normal civilian preparation for emergency scenarios, suggesting exposure to military discipline and combat experience that would have provided him with capabilities for remaining functional under conditions that would have overwhelmed individuals whose backgrounds had not included systematic preparation for life-threatening encounters with hostile forces whose capabilities exceeded those of conventional adversaries. The tactical knowledge that Owen displayed during dinosaur encounters incorporated military doctrine and strategic principles that indicated formal training in combat operations and threat assessment. Yet his application of these skills to prehistoric predators suggested specialized experience that could only have been acquired through previous exposure to dinosaur-related military operations or intelligence briefings that had prepared him for scenarios involving creatures whose capabilities fell outside normal military planning parameters. Another theoretical framework that had gained substantial support among dedicated fans proposed that Darius Bowman, the young dinosaur enthusiast whose survival experiences during Camp Cretaceous had transformed him from naive child into hardened survivor, had eventually assumed the adult identity of Ramsey during the Biocene crisis that had characterized Jurassic World Dominion's central conflict. This connection possessed both temporal plausibility and psychological coherence that made it compelling to audiences who sought deeper meaning in character development and narrative progression. The chronological alignment between Darius's maturation following his Camp Cretaceous experiences and the timeline of Ramsey's infiltration of Biocene Corporation created opportunities for the character development and skill acquisition that would have been necessary for such an undercover operation, while his demonstrated intelligence and technical aptitude during the camp crisis provided foundations for the sophisticated knowledge of corporate operations and genetic engineering that Ramsey displayed during his sabotage activities. The motivational consistency between Darius's passionate advocacy for dinosaur welfare and Ramsey's willingness to risk personal safety to expose corporate crimes against resurrected species provided psychological continuity that explained the adult character's commitment to dangerous activities that served no obvious personal interest while potentially destroying his professional career and legal status. The transformation of childhood wonder into adult activism represented natural character development that many fans found more satisfying than the alternative interpretation of Ramsey as an entirely new character whose motivations were never adequately explained. The technical expertise that Ramsey demonstrated in manipulating Biocene's security systems and research databases reflected educational and professional development that could plausibly have emerged from Darius's early fascination with dinosaurs and genetic engineering, particularly if his childhood experiences had motivated him to pursue advanced education in relevant scientific and technical fields, while maintaining the idealistic commitment to creature welfare that had characterized his adolescent personality. The access to corporate facilities and sensitive information that Ramsey's position required suggested either extraordinary good fortune in employment, placement, or systematic, long-term planning that had positioned him to infiltrate organizations whose activities threatened dinosaur populations, a level of strategic thinking that aligned with the intelligence and determination that Darius had displayed during his survival experiences and subsequent adventures involving corporate conspiracy and environmental activism. The risks that Ramsay accepted in order to expose Biocin's crimes against both dinosaurs and human populations reflected moral commitment that transcended normal employee loyalty or whistleblower motivations, suggesting personal investment in protecting creatures whose welfare had been established through direct emotional connections rather than abstract ethical principles, a psychological pattern that corresponded perfectly with Darius's demonstrated willingness to sacrifice personal safety for dinosaur protection. The universe-spanning theoretical connection that linked Jurassic Park to Michael Crichton's Westworld through shared technological themes and corporate cultural patterns provided another layer of speculative interpretation that appealed to fans who appreciated the broader implications of genetic engineering and artificial life creation across multiple fictional frameworks. The explicit reference to Costa Rican operations during Westworld's third season had established canonical acknowledgement of connections that fans had long suspected based upon thematic similarities and shared creative origins. The corporate culture parallels between Delos Incorporated and InGen reflected identical approaches to commercializing artificial life forms through entertainment applications that prioritize profit generation over ethical considerations or safety protocols. While both organizations displayed systematic patterns of concealing operational failures and eliminating witnesses whose testimonies might expose the true costs of technologies that pushed beyond natural boundaries in pursuit of competitive advantages and market dominance. The technological frameworks that enabled both dinosaur resurrection and android creation shared fundamental approaches to artificial life that involved genetic manipulation, behavioral programming, and systematic exploitation of created beings for commercial purposes. While both industries developed containment and control systems that proved inadequate when tested by the intelligence and adaptive capabilities of their artificial subjects, the regulatory failures and governmental complicity that characterized both fictional universes reflected identical patterns of corporate capture and institutional corruption that enabled dangerous technologies to be deployed without adequate oversight or public protection, while the systematic concealment of operational disasters and human casualties revealed shared approaches to damage control and liability management that prioritized organizational survival over individual welfare or public safety. The philosophical questions raised by both narratives about the nature of consciousness, the ethics of creating sentient beings for exploitation, and the responsibilities that creators bore toward their artificial subjects provided thematic continuity that suggested shared conceptual foundations extending beyond mere coincidence or parallel development, particularly given Michael Crichton's involvement in both creative properties and his consistent exploration of themes involving technological hubris and unintended consequences. The speculation surrounding Maisie Lockwood's potential genetic enhancement through dinosaur DNA represented one of the most controversial theoretical frameworks within fan communities, as the possibility challenged fundamental assumptions about human-dinosaur boundaries, while potentially explaining behavioral characteristics and capabilities that seemed to exceed normal human parameters for her age and background experience. The behavioral indicators that supporters of this theory cited included Maisie's intuitive understanding of dinosaur psychology and her apparent ability to communicate with creatures that had never been successfully managed through conventionnelle human-animal interaction technique, suggesting shared genetic elements that created empathetic connections transcending normal species boundaries. The physical capabilities that Maisie demonstrated during dangerous encounters, including agility and reflexes that exceeded those typically associated with children of her age and background, provided circumstantial support for theories about genetic enhancement that had modified her physiological development in ways that were not immediately apparent through casual observation, but became evident during high-stress, survival situations. The emotional connections that Maisie displayed toward dinosaurs, particularly her willingness to sacrifice human safety for creature welfare during the Lockwood Manor crisis, suggested psychological patterns that could have resulted from genetic modifications that created neurological similarities between her consciousness and dinosaur cognitive processes, enabling forms of interspecies empathy that would be impossible for purely human individuals. The targeting behavior that the Indoraptor displayed toward Maisie specifically, pursuing her with focused intensity that exceeded its responses to other human targets, provided evidence that the hybrid predator had recognized genetic similarities or familiar scent markers that indicated shared genetic heritage or artificially created biological connections that triggered protective or territorial responses normally reserved for members of the same species. The corporate secrecy surrounding Charlotte Lockwood's research and Maisie's creation process suggested experimental procedures that had exceeded the genetic modification techniques that had been officially acknowledged, potentially encompassing enhancement programs that incorporated dinosaur genetic material for purposes that remained classified even within corporate research hierarchies, whose security protocols normally provided transparency for all genetic engineering activities. However, the definitive rejection of this theory by franchise creative leadership, while potentially disappointing to fans who found narrative satisfaction in such connections, reflected practical considerations about maintaining clear distinctions between human and dinosaur characters, while avoiding implications that might have complicated future storylines or created inconsistencies with established franchise. Themes about the boundaries between natural and artificial life, the persistent speculation about Robert Muldoon's survival despite apparent death during velociraptor encounters, reflected fan attachment to a character whose professional competence and tactical expertise had provided rare examples of effective human response to dinosaur threats, while also addressing narrative inconsistencies that had created ambiguity about his ultimate fate during the Jurassic Park crisis. The survival scenarios that fans had constructed relied upon Muldoon's demonstrated knowledge of raptor behavior and hunting strategies, suggesting that his military experience and professional animal management background had provided him with capabilities for anticipating and countering predatory tactics that other characters had lacked, enabling escape through tactical responses that exploited weaknesses in raptor pack coordination or territorial behavior. The unofficial extraction possibilities that such survival would have required encompassed both corporate cleanup operations that sought to eliminate evidence of operational failures and governmental intelligence activities that recognized the strategic value of individuals who possessed direct experience with dinosaur encounters and successful survival techniques that could inform future military or security applications. The continued existence of such a character in unofficial capacities provided theoretical explanations for intelligence capabilities and tactical knowledge that appeared in subsequent franchise installments, suggesting ongoing advisory roles or consulting relationships that enabled experienced personnel to contribute to dinosaur-related operations without official acknowledgement that might have created legal liabilities or political complications. The Donald Gennaro survival narrative that existed in alternative script versions provided examples of how character fates had been modified for dramatic effect rather than logical consistency, as the lawyer's death had served symbolic functions about corporate responsibility and individual courage that were considered more important than maintaining character continuity with source material that had depicted him as competent and resourceful rather than cowardly and ineffective. The original characterization of Gennaro as a physically capable and intellectually competent professional whose legal expertise complemented, rather than hindered, survival efforts, provided alternative narrative possibilities that would have created different thematic emphases while potentially affecting audience sympathies and moral judgments about corporate responsibility and individual agency during crisis situations. In the deepest theoretical territories where fan speculation merged with creative interpretation and wishful thinking, these proposed connections served psychological functions that transcended mere entertainment, providing audiences with frameworks for understanding character, relationships, and narrative developments that created satisfaction through pattern recognition and thematic coherence that the official materials sometimes failed to achieve. Through their focus on commercial considerations and marketing requirements that prioritized accessibility over complexity and emotional resonance over intellectual consistency. In the laboratories and production facilities where the boundaries between artificial entertainment and genuine life had been systematically blurred through technologies that exceeded the comprehension of their creators, there developed phenomena that challenged every assumption about the relationship between mechanical systems and the mysterious forces that animated living consciousness. These technological horrors emerged not through deliberate design, but as unintended consequences of pursuing innovations that pushed beyond the established limits of engineering and biological understanding, creating hybrid systems that operated according to principles that transcended both mechanical programming and natural biological processes. The most disturbing of these manifestations occurred during the production of Steven Spielberg's original Jurassic Park film, when the massive animatronic Tyrannosaurus Rex that served as the production's centerpiece began exhibiting autonomous behaviors that exceeded its programmed operational parameters and suggested the emergence of something approaching independent consciousness within artificial systems that had been designed to simulate rather than embody living intelligence. The creature, designated as Rexy by production personnel, became the focus of supernatural speculation and mechanical terror that transformed routine film production into psychological endurance tests for cast and crew members who found themselves working alongside technologies that seemed to possess their own malevolent agenda. The initial manifestations of anomalous behavior began during exterior shooting sequences when tropical rainfall penetrated the supposedly weatherproof housing that protected the animatronic's electronic control systems, creating short circuits and hydraulic pressure irregularities that should have resulted in simple mechanical failure rather than the coordinated movements and apparently purposeful behaviors that characterized the creature's responses to environmental stimuli. Instead of the random twitching that typically accompanied system malfunctions, Rexy began executing smooth, predatory movements that corresponded to no programmed sequences while directing her massive head towards specific individuals and locations with apparent intentionality that suggested awareness of her surroundings and the human beings who shared her operational space. The sound recordings that were captured during these incidents documented vocalizations that emerged from the animatronic speaker systems despite the absence of any audio input or programmed sound files that corresponded to the complex harmonic patterns and emotional inflections that characterized these mysterious communications. The analysis of these recordings revealed acoustic structures that resembled genuine animal vocalizations more closely than any artificial sound generation that the production's audio engineers had created, while spectral analysis indicated harmonic complexities that exceeded the technical capabilities of the creature's installed sound reproduction systems. The hydraulic systems that controlled Rexy's movements began operating according to patterns that defied both programmed sequences and random mechanical failure, executing coordinated limb and head movements that demonstrated sophisticated motor control and environmental awareness that suggested the integration of sensory input and behavioral response systems that had never been installed or programmed by the creature's original designers. The precision and fluidity of these autonomous movements exceeded the capabilities that had been demonstrated during normal operational sequences, creating performances that were more lifelike and emotionally expressive than anything the production team had been able to achieve through conventional puppeteering and remote control techniques. The most terrifying incidents occurred during overnight storage periods, when the animatronic was supposedly powered down and secured for the next day's filming requirements. Yet security personnel reported observing the massive creature executing slow, methodical movements that suggested systematic exploration of its environment and deliberate attempts to test the physical constraints that prevented it from leaving its designated operational area. These nocturnal activities were accompanied by low-frequency vocalizations that resonated through the entire production facility, while creating subsonic vibrations that affected the sleep patterns and psychological well-being of personnel who were required to remain on site during overnight periods. The electromagnetic anomalies that accompanied these autonomous behaviors included fluctuations in local power grids and interference patterns that affected radio communications and electronic monitoring systems throughout the production facility, creating environmental conditions that resembled those associated with severe weather phenomena. Despite the absence of any meteorological activity that could account for such electrical disturbances, the correlation between the animatronic's autonomous activities and these environmental effects suggested energy production or manipulation capabilities that exceeded anything that conventional electromechanical systems could generate or control. The psychological impact upon production personnel who worked directly with the animatronic during these anomalous periods included anxiety disorders, sleep disturbances, and persistent feelings of being observed or threatened that continued long after their employment on the production had concluded, creating patterns of trauma that resembled those associated with exposure to genuinely dangerous predators, rather than mechanical systems designed for entertainment purposes. The therapeutic interventions that were required to address these psychological injuries indicated that the affected individuals had experienced genuine fear responses to perceived threats, rather than merely professional stress or normal workplace anxiety. The technical investigations that were conducted to identify the source of these anomalous behaviors revealed no mechanical or electronic malfunctions that could account for the coordinated movements and apparent consciousness that the animatronic displayed during autonomous episodes. While the programming code that controlled its normal operations contained no instructions or subroutines that corresponded to the complex behavioral patterns that characterized its independent activities, the failure to identify conventional explanations for these phenomena created persistent uncertainty about the nature of consciousness and the potential for artificial systems to develop forms of awareness that exceeded their design, parameters through mechanisms that remained beyond human understanding or control. The emergency protocols that were developed to manage future autonomous episodes included remote power disconnection systems and mechanical restraint mechanisms that could immobilize the animatronic if its behaviors exceeded acceptable safety parameters. Yet these precautionary measures proved inadequate when tested against the creature's apparent ability to override electronic controls and manipulate mechanical systems through methods that defied conventional understanding of cause and effect relationships in engineered systems. The production insurance policies that covered potential injuries or property damage resulting from animatronic malfunctions were revised to include provisions for psychological trauma and supernatural phenomena, creating legal frameworks that acknowledge the possibility of non-mechanical causes for equipment behaviors, while providing financial protection for production companies that chose to employ technologies whose operational parameters remained fundamentally unpredictable despite sophisticated engineering and extensive testing procedures. The Indominus Rex that would later terrorize audiences through its thermal camouflage capabilities represented another category of technological horror that emerged from the intersection of genetic engineering and advanced surveillance technologies, as the creature's ability to manipulate its heat signature and visual appearance created military applications that transcended entertainment or scientific research to encompass intelligence gathering and strategic deception, capabilities that could reshape the fundamental principles governing modern warfare and international security relationships. The cellular mechanisms that enabled thermal camouflage operated through manipulation of blood flow patterns and metabolic processes that allowed conscious control over body temperature distribution, creating thermal signatures that could mimic environmental temperatures while masking the distinctive heat patterns that characterized living organisms for infrared detection systems. The voluntary nature of this camouflage capability meant that the creature could selectively reveal or conceal its presence based upon tactical considerations rather than involuntary responses to environmental pressures or emotional states. The military implications of thermal camouflage technology extended beyond simple stealth applications to encompass psychological warfare capabilities that could undermine enemy morale through encounters with adversaries whose apparent ability to vanish and reappear without explanation challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality and the reliability of sensory perception. The deployment of such capabilities against human opponents who lacked understanding of genetic engineering possibilities could produce panic responses that exceeded the tactical impact of conventional weapons or strategic advantages. The visual camouflage systems that complemented thermal manipulation capabilities incorporated chromatophore control that enabled real-time adjustment of skin coloration and pattern to match environmental backgrounds with precision that exceeded natural chameleon adaptations, while active camouflage technologies that had been reverse-engineered from cephalopod biology created dynamic camouflage patterns that could adapt to changing environmental conditions and observer positions in real time. The sensory integration required for effective camouflage deployment involved enhanced visual processing capabilities that enabled the creature to analyze its environment and observer behavior patterns with sufficient sophistication to predict optimal camouflage configurations for specific tactical situations, while neural modifications that accelerated information processing allowed real-time adjustment of camouflage parameters based upon continuous environmental monitoring and threat assessment. The weaponization potential of camouflage-enhanced predators encompassed both direct military applications and intelligence-gathering operations that could provide unprecedented access to secured facilities and classified activities through deployment of organisms whose natural hunting behaviors aligned with surveillance and infiltration objectives, while their enhanced capabilities exceeded the detection thresholds of conventional security systems and monitoring protocols. The control chip technology that Manticorp had developed for managing dinosaur behavior represented the ultimate expression of technological dominance over biological consciousness, as direct neural interface systems bypassed natural learning and conditioning processes to impose artificial behavioral patterns through electronic manipulation of brain chemistry and neural pathway activation that could override instinctive responses and voluntary decision-making processes. The neurological integration required for effective control chip deployment involved surgical implantation procedures that created permanent connections between electronic control systems and specific brain regions that governed motor, control, emotional responses, and decision-making processes, while wireless communication capabilities enabled remote operation and monitoring of controlled subjects across vast distances through satellite networks and distributed command systems. The behavioral programming that control chips enabled encompassed complete replacement of natural instincts and learned behaviors with artificial response patterns that served tactical or commercial objectives regardless of the controlled creature's welfare or species-appropriate behavioral needs, creating organisms that functioned as biological robots while retaining sufficient natural capabilities to operate effectively in complex environments that would defeat purely mechanical systems. The ethical implications of neural control technology extended beyond animal welfare considerations to encompass fundamental questions about consciousness, free will, and the rights of intelligent beings to autonomous existence. While the potential applications of such technologies to human subjects created possibilities for population control and behavioral manipulation that challenged every assumption about individual liberty and democratic governance that modern societies considered fundamental to human dignity. The military applications of behavioral control systems included development of perfect soldiers whose loyalty could be guaranteed through electronic rather than psychological conditioning, while intelligence operations could employ controlled subjects for infiltration and sabotage missions that required no traditional training or ideological commitment from personnel whose behaviors could be directed remotely by operators, whose identities and locations remained completely secure from enemy detection or retaliation. The failure modes that affected control chip systems created scenarios where malfunctioning devices could cause behavioral instabilities that exceeded the dangers posed by uncontrolled creatures, as corrupted programming or damaged hardware could produce responses that were both unpredictable and amplified beyond natural parameters, while electromagnetic interference could disrupt control signals in ways that created hostile behaviors directed toward the very operators who had previously controlled their actions. The genetic targeting systems that were incorporated into the Indoraptor's design represented the convergence of biological warfare research and precision weapon development, as artificial organisms could be programmed to recognize and eliminate specific genetic markers while ignoring targets that lacked designated characteristics, creating assassination capabilities that could operate autonomously while maintaining plausible deniability for their controllers through biological vectors that appeared to be acting according to natural predatory instincts. The target recognition capabilities that genetic targeting required involved enhanced sensory systems that could detect and analyze genetic markers through scent detection, blood sampling, or other biological contact methods, while neural programming created behavioral responses that prioritized designated targets over other potential prey items regardless of availability, vulnerability, or tactical considerations that would normally govern predatory decision-making processes. The laser guidance systems that complemented genetic targeting capabilities enabled remote designation of specific targets through optical markers that could be detected by enhanced visual systems, while communication protocols allowed real-time updating of target priorities and behavioral parameters based upon changing tactical situations or intelligence requirements that exceeded the original programming parameters of autonomous biological weapons. The discrimination algorithms that prevented genetic weapons from attacking undesignated targets incorporated fail-safe mechanisms that required positive identification of approved genetic markers before permitting attack. Behaviors. While behavioral inhibition systems created psychological barriers that prevented autonomous weapons from operating outside designated parameters, even when control communications were disrupted or corrupted by enemy countermeasures or environmental interference. The containment failures that had characterized every facility where advanced genetic engineering was conducted reflected fundamental inadequacies in technological approaches to managing forces that operated according to principles that transcended mechanical and electronic systems. As biological entities possessed capabilities for adaptation and innovation that could overcome even the most sophisticated security measures through evolutionary processes that operated faster than engineering solutions could be developed and implemented. The systematic breakdown of electronic security systems during dinosaur escape incidents revealed vulnerabilities that extended beyond simple equipment. Failure to encompass design philosophies that failed to account for the intelligence and problem-solving capabilities of creatures whose cognitive abilities had been enhanced through genetic modification, while electromagnetic effects generated by stressed biological systems created interference patterns that disrupted communication and monitoring systems in ways that conventional engineering analysis had never predicted or prepared for. The cascade failures that transformed isolated security breaches into facility-wide disasters demonstrated the interconnected nature of technological systems that had been designed according to mechanical principles rather than biological understanding, creating single points of failure that could be exploited by intelligent adversaries whose capabilities exceeded the parameters that security designers had considered when developing containment and monitoring protocols for managing artificial biological entities. The automated defense systems that had been installed to respond to containment failures proved inadequate when confronted with creatures whose behaviors exceeded the response parameters that had been programmed into their targeting and threat assessment algorithms, while the electronic countermeasures that were designed to disrupt biological nervous systems had no effect on creatures whose neurological modifications had created immunity to electromagnetic interference that would have incapacitated natural organisms. The surveillance technologies that were employed to monitor genetic engineering facilities created panopticon systems that recorded every aspect of creature behavior and human activity. Yet, these comprehensive monitoring capabilities proved counterproductive when they provided potential saboteurs and escaped creatures with detailed information about security procedures and facility vulnerabilities that could be exploited through systematic analysis of surveillance data that was intended to enhance rather than compromise operational security. In the deepest archives of technological horror, where the most disturbing documentation of consciousness emerging from artificial systems was preserved for future researchers who might possess sufficient wisdom to understand the implications of creating technologies that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of life and consciousness. The records reveal that humanity's pursuit of genetic and mechanical dominance over natural forces had consistently produced results that exceeded their creators' ability to predict, understand, or control, serving as warnings that some territories of technological development required spiritual and philosophical preparation that modern corporate and academic institutions had systematically excluded from their research and development methodologies. In the quiet places where those who had survived encounters with forces that transcended human understanding retreated to process experiences that challenged every assumption about the nature of reality and their own place within cosmic hierarchies they had never imagined, their accumulated secrets too personal and too traumatic for public consumption, yet too significant for complete suppression. These were the unspoken testimonies of individuals whose lives had been forever altered by direct confrontation with resurrected powers that operated according to principles older than human civilization. creating psychological landscapes where memory and nightmare intermingled until the boundaries between experienced reality and unconscious terror became impossible to distinguish or navigate. Dr. Alan Grant's transformation from academic paleontologist to reluctant expert in living dinosaur behavior had been accomplished at costs that extended far beyond the professional recognition and financial compensation that his consultation work eventually provided, as his intimate knowledge of prehistoric predatory strategies was purchased through traumatic encounters that left him permanently hypervigilant about environmental threats, while simultaneously fascinated by creatures whose intelligence exceeded every theoretical prediction that fossil evidence had enabled him to formulate during his previous scholarly career. The recurring nightmares that plagued Grant's sleep patterns following his survival of multiple dinosaur encounters incorporated not merely visual memories of specific attacks, but psychological impressions of predatory consciousness that seemed to operate according to cognitive principles that human minds were not equipped to comprehend or process through conventional therapeutic frameworks. His dreams were populated by velociraptors, whose hunting strategies transcended simple predatory behavior to encompass forms of malevolent intelligence that suggested awareness of human psychological vulnerabilities and deliberate exploitation of those weaknesses for purposes that exceeded mere nutrition or territorial defense. The hypervigilance that characterized Grant's waking hours manifested through unconscious behavioral modifications that included constant environmental scanning for potential predatory threats, while his auditory processing became hypersensitive to sounds that resembled dinosaur vocalizations, creating startle responses to common environmental noises that forced him to avoid public spaces where unexpected sounds might trigger defensive reactions that would appear inappropriate or pathological to observers who lacked understanding of the traumatic experiences that had conditioned these responses. The academic presentations that Grant delivered about his experiences with living dinosaurs were carefully edited to exclude the most psychologically disturbing aspects of predatory intelligence that he had observed, as his professional reputation and public credibility required maintaining scientific objectivity about creatures whose behaviors had challenged his fundamental assumptions about the relationship between intelligence and moral responsibility in species that had evolved without exposure to ethical frameworks that constrained human predatory activities. The consulting work that provided Grant with financial stability also created ongoing exposure to dinosaur-related research and planning activities that prevented psychological closure about his traumatic experiences, while forcing him to maintain professional competence in areas where his expertise had been acquired through life-threatening encounters rather than conventional academic study, creating professional obligations that required him to revisit traumatic memories while providing advice about creatures whose capabilities he understood better than anyone yet hoped never to encounter again. The relationship tensions that affected Grant's personal life reflected his inability to communicate the true scope of his experiences to individuals who lacked direct exposure to dinosaur encounters, as his attempts to describe predatory intelligence that exceeded human understanding were consistently interpreted as professional exaggeration or psychological trauma rather than accurate reporting about cognitive capabilities that challenged fundamental assumptions about consciousness and moral agency in artificially resurrected species. Dr. Ellie Sattler's investigation of the genetically engineered locust plague that threatened global food security had required her to confront evidence that the same technologies responsible for dinosaur resurrection were being weaponized for systematic destruction of agricultural systems that supported human civilization, creating moral obligations to expose corporate crimes that exceeded her original expertise in paleobotany. while placing her family at risk through activities that powerful interests sought to prevent or suppress through whatever means proved necessary. The botanical expertise that enabled Sattler to recognize artificial modification in locust feeding behaviors also revealed the sophisticated understanding of plant genetics that had been required to engineer crops that were selectively resistant to bioweapon attacks, demonstrating corporate planning for agricultural warfare that encompassed both offensive and defensive capabilities, while indicating long-term strategic thinking about control of global food production that transcended normal commercial competition to encompass systematic domination of human survival systems. The laboratory analysis that confirmed her suspicions about artificial genetic modification in locust specimens provided evidence of corporate crimes that violated international law while threatening the survival of billions of human beings through systematic destruction of food production capabilities. Yet her attempts to alert governmental authorities encountered systematic obstruction and denial that indicated corruption extending throughout regulatory and enforcement agencies, whose responsibilities included protection of public welfare against precisely such threats. The personal risks that Sattler accepted in order to pursue her investigation included potential assassination by corporate security forces whose previous activities had demonstrated willingness to eliminate witnesses and whistleblowers through methods that could be disguised as accidents or natural deaths, while her family members became targets for harassment and intimidation designed to discourage her continued investigation of activities whose exposure would threaten corporate survival and individual freedom for executives whose involvement in biological warfare constituted crimes against humanity. The reunion with former colleagues who shared her experiences with dinosaur encounters provided both emotional support and practical assistance for confronting threats that exceeded individual capabilities, while enabling coordination of efforts to expose corporate crimes that required testimonies from multiple witnesses whose credibility could not be individually discredited. Through normal character assassination and professional sabotage techniques that corporate public relations departments routinely employed against individual opponents. The evidence that Sattler compiled during her investigation encompassed not merely proof of specific crimes, but documentation of systematic corruption that had enabled biological warfare against civilian populations, while revealing governmental complicity in activities that violated every treaty and legal framework designed to prevent the use of agricultural resources as weapons against human populations, whose only crime was dependence upon food systems that corporate interests had chosen to weaponize for strategic advantage. Ian Malcolm's employment by Biosyn Corporation during the period when the company was developing and deploying biological weapons against global food systems created professional and moral conflicts that required him to balance his Bayern's need for income and scientific credibility against his growing awareness that his theoretical expertise in chaos theory was being applied to create instabilities in natural systems that would result in human suffering on scales that exceeded even his most pessimistic predictions about the unintended consequences of genetic engineering technologies. The mathematical models that Malcolm developed to predict the spread and impact of genetically engineered locusts provided him with detailed understanding of the scope and timeline of agricultural destruction that Biosyn was planning to inflict upon global food systems, while his analysis of complex systems revealed that the ecological disruptions would create cascade effects that extended far beyond immediate crop losses to encompass environmental changes that would require decades or centuries to reverse through natural recovery processes. The ethical crisis that resulted from Malcolm's recognition of his complicity in planning biological warfare against innocent populations created psychological conflicts that challenged his professional identity and personal moral framework. As his theoretical contributions to understanding chaos and complexity were being applied to create suffering that would affect billions of individuals who had no involvement in the corporate competition that had motivated these attacks against basic survival systems. The decision to facilitate investigation of Biosin's crimes by former colleagues represented both personal redemption and professional risk, as his violation of corporate confidentiality agreements and security protocols could result in legal prosecution and financial destruction, while his cooperation with external investigators made him a target for elimination by security forces whose previous activities had demonstrated sophisticated capabilities for removing threats to corporate operations through methods that avoided detection by law enforcement agencies. The testimony that Malcolm provided to investigators included not merely evidence of specific crimes but theoretical analysis of the long-term implications of biological warfare for global stability and human survival. While his expertise in complex systems enabled him to predict secondary and tertiary effects of ecological destruction that would create political instabilities and social conflicts extending far beyond the immediate regions where agricultural attacks had been concentrated, the psychological impact of recognizing his role in planning systematic destruction of human food security created lasting trauma that affected Malcolm's ability to engage in theoretical research without considering potential applications for his work that might contribute to future attacks against civilian populations, while his knowledge of corporate capabilities for biological warfare created persistent anxiety about the development of even more sophisticated weapons that could exploit vulnerabilities in human biological systems rather than merely agricultural resources. Claire Dearing's transition from corporate executive focused on operational efficiency and revenue generation to activist advocate for creature welfare and environmental protection had been accomplished through traumatic exposure to the consequences of policies and decisions that she had previously evaluated according to financial criteria rather than ethical considerations, creating moral obligations that required her to acknowledge and attempt to remedy her complicity in systematic exploitation of artificially resurrected species for commercial entertainment purposes. The operational knowledge that Claire had acquired during her management of Jurassic World provided her with detailed understanding of corporate decision-making processes and safety protocols that revealed the systematic prioritization of profit over creature welfare and visitor safety, while her access to classified information about genetic engineering programs and research activities enabled her to document corporate crimes that extended far beyond the incidents that had received public attention through media coverage of facility disasters. The guilt that Claire experienced about her role in enabling creature suffering and human casualties through policies that prioritized operational efficiency over safety considerations created psychological burdens that required ongoing therapeutic intervention while motivating activist activities that placed her in opposition to former colleagues and corporate superiors, whose interests required suppression of information about systematic failures that she possessed sufficient knowledge and credibility to expose through testimony that could not be easily discredited. The relationships that had been destroyed by Claire's transformation from corporate executive to environmental activist included professional connections and personal friendships that had been built upon shared participation in the 4B, activities that she now recognized as fundamentally immoral. While her attempts to encourage similar moral recognition among former colleagues encountered resistance and hostility that demonstrated the psychological mechanisms through which individuals protected themselves from confronting their complicity in systematic exploitation and abuse. The documentary evidence that Claire possessed about Jurassic World's operations included internal communications and policy decisions that revealed corporate awareness of safety violations and creature welfare problems that had been systematically concealed from both regulatory authorities and public awareness, while her knowledge of financial structures and insurance arrangements provided insights into corporate planning for incident management that prioritized legal liability reduction over prevention of foreseeable disasters. The ongoing investigation and legal proceedings that resulted from Claire's cooperation with authorities required her to maintain detailed records and communications that documented corporate crimes while accepting personal risks that included potential retaliation through legal harassment, financial sabotage, and physical threats against both her and Owen Grady, whose relationship with her created vulnerabilities that could be exploited by corporate security forces seeking to discourage her continued cooperation with enforcement agencies. The Camp Cretaceous survivors, whose childhood experiences on Isla Nublar had provided them with unique insights into dinosaur behavior and corporate negligence, were bound by non-disclosure agreements and legal settlements that prevented them from sharing their experiences with researchers or journalists who might have used their testimonies to expose the systematic failures that had characterized corporate operations. Yet their psychological trauma from exposure to life-threatening situations created ongoing therapeutic needs that were addressed through specialized counseling programs whose funding and oversight were controlled by the same corporate interests responsible for their original traumatic experiences. The psychological development of teenage survivors who had been exposed to systematic threats and corporate betrayal during their formative years created lasting impacts on their ability to trust authority figures and institutional systems, while their direct experience with dinosaur intelligence and behavioral complexity provided them with knowledge that exceeded academic understanding, yet could not be shared through normal educational or professional channels due to legal restrictions that prioritized corporate liability management over scientific advancement or public awareness. The family relationships that were affected by survivor trauma included parents and siblings who struggled to understand experiences that challenged every assumption about child safety and institutional responsibility, while the specialized nature of dinosaur-related trauma created isolation from peer groups and community support systems that lacked frameworks for comprehending or addressing psychological injuries that resulted from encounters with resurrected prehistoric predators whose behaviors exceeded all conventional understanding of wildlife management and emergency response. The educational and career impacts that affected survivor development included academic performance problems that resulted from post-traumatic stress symptoms, while their unique knowledge of dinosaur behavior created both opportunities and obstacles for future educational and professional advancement that required careful navigation of disclosure issues and legal restrictions that could affect their access to relevant academic programs or career opportunities in fields related to their experiences and expertise. The therapeutic interventions that were provided to address survivor psychological needs were conducted under confidentiality agreements that prevented therapists from sharing information about treatment challenges and outcomes with GAID, professional colleagues who might have benefited from understanding approaches that had proven effective for addressing trauma related to encounters with artificially resurrected predators whose psychological impacts differed significantly from those associated with natural wildlife encounters or conventional accident scenarios. The support networks that developed among survivors provided mutual assistance and emotional validation that was unavailable through conventional therapeutic and social services, while their shared experiences created bonds that transcended normal friendship relationships to encompass survival partnerships that required ongoing coordination and mutual protection against corporate interests that continued to view their testimonies as threats to operational security and legal liability management. Owen Grady's military background and classified service record included experiences with dinosaur-related operations that preceded his civilian employment with InGen, yet the security classifications that protected information about military applications of genetic engineering prevented him from sharing knowledge about governmental involvement in dinosaur research and weapons development programs, whose existence had never been officially acknowledged through legislative oversight or public disclosure procedures. The psychological preparation that Owen had received through military training proved inadequate for managing relationships with intelligent predators whose cognitive capabilities exceeded those of any conventional adversary, while his success in establishing working relationships with velociraptors required intuitive understanding of predatory psychology that transcended formal animal behavior training to encompass empathetic connections that challenged fundamental assumptions about interspecies communication and cooperation. The classified missions that Owen had participated in during his military service included operations that involved genetic engineering technologies and artificially created organisms whose capabilities were being evaluated for potential military applications, while his exposure to prototype weapons and experimental procedures provided him with knowledge about governmental research programs that remained classified decades after their initial development and testing phases. The transition from military service to civilian dinosaur training created identity conflicts that required Owen to reconcile his previous role as a soldier with his new responsibilities as a creature advocate and behavioral specialist. While his knowledge of military applications for dinosaur capabilities created ethical dilemmas about cooperation with research programs that could contribute to weapons development that might eventually be used against civilian populations, or in violation of international agreements governing biological warfare. The relationship with Claire Deering provided Owen with emotional support and shared purpose that enabled him to process traumatic experiences while maintaining professional effectiveness. Yet, their partnership also created vulnerabilities that could be exploited by corporate or governmental interests, seeking to influence his cooperation with investigation and oversight activities that threatened institutional secrecy about dinosaur-related programs and operations. In the deepest recesses of survivor psychology, where the most profound impacts of encounters with resurrected forces remained buried beneath layers of protective denial and therapeutic intervention, there persisted transformations of consciousness and identity that could never be fully understood or healed through conventional approaches to trauma recovery. As the individuals who had survived direct confrontation with cosmic principles that transcended human understanding carried within their minds and bodies permanent alterations that connected them to realities that their species was not equipped to comprehend or navigate without risking complete psychological dissolution and spiritual annihilation. In the shadowed territories where official narratives collided with inconvenient realities and corporate damage control met immovable questions that refused to disappear despite decades of systematic suppression, there persisted mysteries that challenged every assumption about humanity's ability to contain or understand the forces they had unleashed through genetic resurrection. These unanswered riddles festered in the spaces between official documentation and witnessed truth, creating intellectual voids that drew speculation and investigation from individuals whose obsessions with incomplete stories exceeded their concern for personal safety or professional reputation. The fate of the Indoraptors remains, after its spectacular death during the Lockwood Manor incident, represented perhaps the most immediately pressing of these unresolved questions, as the value of genetic material from humanity's most advanced hybrid predator would have made its recovery and analysis inevitable, despite the chaos and destruction that had characterized the auction's violent conclusion. The creature's impalement upon the ancient Triceratops skeleton had created a scene of symbolic justice that satisfied dramatic requirements while raising practical questions about evidence collection and scientific exploitation that the official reports had never adequately addressed. The emergency responders who had been first to arrive at Lockwood Manor following the incident would have been required to secure and document all biological evidence according to protocols that treated genetic material as both hazardous, substances requiring special handling, and valuable resources, whose theft or contamination could compromise subsequent investigation and analysis. The sophisticated training that such personnel received for managing incidents involving genetically modified organisms included procedures for preserving tissue samples under conditions that maintained cellular viability while preventing unauthorized access by competing interests whose research programs would have benefited enormously from acquiring specimens of unprecedented genetic complexity. The corporate intelligence networks that monitored all activities related to genetic engineering would have been immediately activated by reports of the Indoraptor's death, as multiple organizations possessed both the motivation and capabilities necessary to secure hybrid remains for analysis that could advance their own research programs, while providing competitive advantages that justified extraordinary risks and expenses. The systematic surveillance of emergency response activities and evidence collection procedures would have enabled interested parties to identify opportunities for acquiring genetic materials through legitimate channels or alternative methods that circumvented normal, legal, and regulatory frameworks. The black market networks that specialized in trafficking biological specimens and genetic data would have recognized the Indoraptor remains as potentially the most valuable single source of hybrid genetic information ever available for acquisition, creating economic incentives that could have motivated elaborate theft operations or corruption of official personnel, whose access to evidence storage facilities provided opportunities for systematic specimen diversion that might have remained undetected for years or decades. The international implications of hybrid genetic technology falling into the hands of foreign governments or terrorist organizations would have required immediate intervention by intelligence agencies whose responsibilities included preventing the proliferation of biological weapons and dual-use technologies that could threaten national security or civilian populations. Yet the classification levels that protected information about such operations ensured that public awareness of recovery efforts would remain permanently restricted to personnel whose loyalty and discretion had been tested through extensive background investigations. The scientific research programs that were conducted using recovered Indoraptor genetic material would have represented unprecedented opportunities to understand the principles and techniques that Dr. Wu had employed in creating organisms whose capabilities exceeded those of any natural species, while the potential applications of such knowledge encompassed both beneficial medical treatments and weapons systems, whose destructive potential could reshape the balance of international power and domestic security in ways that no existing treaties or regulatory frameworks were designed to address or control. The corporate successor programs that emerged from the ashes of InGen and Biosyn represented another category of ongoing mystery, as the financial resources and technical expertise that had enabled decades of genetic engineering research could not have been completely eliminated through the legal proceedings and regulatory actions that had followed the exposure of systematic crimes and operational disasters. The knowledge and capabilities that had been developed during years of dinosaur resurrection research possessed too much commercial and military value to remain permanently dormant despite the public disgrace and legal consequences that had befallen the organizations whose hubris had created the technologies, the shell companies, and subsidiary organizations that had been created to insulate parent corporations from liability and regulatory oversight, provided structures that could shelter continuing research activities from public scrutiny and governmental interference, while the international nature of genetic engineering research enabled operations to be relocated to jurisdictions whose regulatory environments were more accommodating to experimental procedures that exceeded the ethical and safety standards that had been established by developed nations. The personnel recruitment activities that would have been necessary to rebuild technical capabilities and research infrastructure would have focused upon scientists and engineers whose previous experience with genetic engineering provided them with knowledge and skills that were essential for continuing development of advanced applications, while the financial incentives and professional opportunities that were offered to acquire such expertise would have attracted individuals whose moral flexibility enabled them to participate in research programs whose objectives and methods remained officially unacknowledged. The funding sources that supported clandestine genetic engineering research encompassed both legitimate investment from venture capital organizations whose due diligence procedures were insufficient to detect the true nature of the case, technologies being developed and illegal, financing from criminal organizations whose activities required capabilities that only advanced biotechnology could provide, creating economic incentives that ensured continuing development, regardless of official prohibition or legal sanctions. The government black sites where the most sensitive genetic engineering research continued under military and intelligence agency sponsorship represented the ultimate expression of institutional recognition that the technologies of dinosaur resurrection possessed strategic importance that transcended civilian applications and commercial considerations, requiring continued development through programs whose existence was denied by official spokespeople, while being funded through budgets that remained classified, even from legislative oversight committees whose responsibilities theoretically included monitoring all government research activities. The current status of dinosaur populations worldwide created another layer of ongoing mystery that challenged every assumption about the possibility of containing or controlling species whose dispersal had been accomplished through corporate negligence and governmental incompetence, rather than systematic planning for sustainable coexistence between human civilization and prehistoric predators whose behavioral patterns and ecological requirements remained fundamentally unknown despite decades of study and observation. The breeding success rates and genetic stability of wild dinosaur populations could only be assessed through research programs that required access to remote habitats and dangerous field conditions that exceeded the capabilities and resources of conventional wildlife management agencies, while the territorial ranges and migration patterns of established populations created jurisdictional challenges that prevented coordinated international responses to ecological changes that transcended national boundaries and existing treaty frameworks. The ecological impacts that resulted from dinosaur integration into modern ecosystems encompassed both direct predation pressure on native species that had evolved without exposure to prehistoric hunting strategies and indirect effects on plant communities and environmental conditions that could cascade through entire food webs in ways that might not become apparent until irreversible changes had already occurred across continental or global scales. The hybridization possibilities that existed when genetically modified dinosaur populations encountered natural wildlife created scenarios where artificial genetic modifications could be introduced into wild animal populations through reproductive interactions that were impossible to prevent or monitor through existing conservation and environmental protection programs. While the long-term implications of such genetic contamination remained completely unknown due to the unprecedented nature of these biological interactions, the human communities that had been forced to adapt to sharing their environments with dinosaur populations developed local knowledge and survival strategies that were never systematically documented or shared with researchers and policymakers whose theoretical understanding of human dinosaur coexistence remained based upon laboratory studies and controlled observations rather than the daily realities of living in proximity to creatures whose behaviors could not be predicted through conventional wildlife management. Principles. The international trafficking networks that had emerged to exploit commercial demand for dinosaur genetic materials, tissue samples, and live specimens created underground economies that operated beyond the reach of law enforcement agencies whose training and equipment had never been designed to address crimes involving prehistoric species, while the profits generated by such illegal activities provided funding for increasingly sophisticated poaching operations that threatened both wild dinosaur populations and human communities whose territories contained valuable biological resources. The next generation of hybrid creatures being developed in classified research facilities represented the most disturbing category of ongoing mystery, as the failure of previous hybrid programs had not eliminated corporate and governmental interest in creating organisms whose capabilities exceeded those of naturally evolved species, but had instead provided valuable data about genetic modification techniques and biological engineering principles that could be applied to developing more stable and controllable artificial life forms. The lessons learned from analyzing the behavioral instabilities and genetic failures that had characterized the Scorpius Rex and Indoraptor programs would have enabled subsequent research to avoid the most obvious design flaws while pursuing enhancement strategies that addressed the psychological and physiological problems that had made earlier hybrids unsuitable for practical applications, creating possibilities for artificial organisms whose capabilities could be precisely tailored for specific military, commercial, or research purposes. The integration of artificial intelligence and robotic control systems with biological platforms represented the next logical evolution in hybrid development, as electronic behavioral programming could potentially eliminate the psychological instabilities that had plagued creatures whose consciousness was entirely biological, while maintaining the adaptability and environmental responsiveness that made living systems superior to purely mechanical alternatives for complex operational requirements. The potential applications of stable hybrid organisms encompassed surveillance and intelligence gathering operations that required capabilities that no existing technology could provide, while their deployment for military purposes could create strategic advantages that would fundamentally alter the balance of international power and domestic security in ways that existing defense systems and security protocols were not designed to detect or counter. The environmental release scenarios that could result from hybrid development programs created possibilities for ecological catastrophes that would exceed even the disruptions that had resulted from natural dinosaur dispersal, as deliberately engineered organisms whose capabilities had been optimized for specific objectives might prove impossible to contain or eliminate through methods that had proven effective against naturally evolved species whose behaviors and vulnerabilities could be studied and predicted through conventional biological research. The psychological warfare applications of hybrid creatures whose appearance and behaviors had been designed to maximize human terror and confusion could create capabilities for population control and social manipulation that exceeded those available through conventional military or law enforcement methods. While their deployment against civilian populations would constitute war crimes whose prosecution would require international legal frameworks that did not currently exist, whether extinction could ever truly be contained again represented the ultimate philosophical and practical question that emerged from decades of genetic resurrection research and its consequences, as the knowledge and technologies that had made dinosaur cloning possible could never be completely eliminated or forgotten, despite the disasters and tragedies that had resulted from their initial applications, ensuring that future generations would inherit both the capabilities and temptations that had driven their predecessors to challenge the boundaries between life and death. The genetic techniques and laboratory procedures that enabled species resurrection had been documented in scientific literature and patent applications that remained accessible to researchers whose interests might extend beyond legitimate medical and conservation applications, while the equipment and materials necessary for genetic engineering had become increasingly available through commercial suppliers whose screening procedures were insufficient to prevent acquisition by individuals or organizations whose objectives conflicted with public safety and environmental protection. The philosophical implications of humanity's demonstrated ability to resurrect extinct species challenged fundamental assumptions about the permanence of natural processes and the boundaries of technological intervention in the paying evolutionary systems, creating intellectual frameworks that could justify increasingly ambitious applications of genetic manipulation without adequate consideration of the moral obligations that accompanied such unprecedented powers over life and death. The international competition for biological supremacy that had emerged from recognition of genetic engineering's strategic importance ensured that no single nation or organization could impose effective restrictions on research, development activities whose military and economic implications transcended conventional categories of arms control and technology transfer regulation. While the potential benefits of successful genetic manipulation programs provided incentives that would motivate continued experimentation regardless of previous failures or ethical objections, the evolutionary pressures that would eventually act upon dinosaur populations that had established themselves in modern ecosystems could potentially drive rapid genetic changes that would enable these species to adapt to contemporary environmental conditions while developing capabilities that exceeded those of their ancient ancestors, creating scenarios where resurrected creatures might evolve into forms that were even more formidable and challenging for human civilization to coexist with than the original genetic engineering products had been. In the deepest territories of unresolved mystery, where the most fundamental questions about genetic resurrection and its implications remained suspended between known facts and unknowable futures, there persisted the recognition that humanity had crossed thresholds that could never be uncrossed, while unleashing forces whose ultimate consequences would continue to unfold across timescales that exceeded individual lifespans and institutional planning horizons, creating legacies of uncertainty and potential catastrophe that would challenge every assumption about technological progress and species survival for generations whose existence depended upon learning to navigate realities that their ancestors had created but never learned to understand or control. And so we reach the end of our descent into the forbidden archives, where the shadows hold secrets that may never see light. The stories we have shared tonight speak of cycles that repeat with the patience of geological time, human ambition creating wonders that become horrors, corporate greed transforming miracles into weapons, and consequences that echo across generations like the calls of creatures that should have remained in the ancient past. In the deep places of memory, where DNA spirals hold the codes of resurrection, and corporate documents conceal the true costs of playing God, the lessons remain unlearned, and the patterns continue. Rest now, fellow survivor, knowing that while these dark chronicles may disturb your dreams, they also serve as warnings for those wise enough to heed them. Let sleep come gently, carrying with it the understanding that some doors should never be opened, some powers should never be wielded, and some extinctions exist for reasons that transcend human comprehension.